Honorable members, Madam Speaker.
Prayers, Almighty God, we need to do John, bless your goodness, our appointed of leaders and parliaments for the rest of certain government of community. We beseech you to look upon with the abundant favor of your servants, who may be pleased to call the performance of such important trust in this land. Let your blessings descend upon them assembled, and grant the mayor as in your presence. Treat and consider all matter that shall come under deliberation. In so just and fulfillful manners promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to your church.
Amen. Item number 2 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Honourable members, I welcome you to this afternoon sitting. I have 2 pieces of sad news. The first is the death of President Idris Deby, President of the Republic of Chad, who was killed yesterday, 20th April 2021. President Deby had just been re-elected for 6th term, but was killed before commencing the new term. As you know, he has been a very senior member of the Summit of Heads of State of the African Union. We send our condolences to the people of Chad, the African Union, and the rest of the continent. We want to pray for stability for that country during this period of uncertainty and a quick return to civilian rule. Secondly, we also received yesterday the news of the death of the chair of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, the Honorable Emilia Rifaka Mungiwa. She also died yesterday in Cameroon. She was first elected to the National Assembly of Cameroon in 2002 and has been the Deputy Speaker until her death. But she was also our chair of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. She was also an alternative president of the association, 2012-2013, also 2013-2014, and she was the coordinator of the 60th CPA conference hosted in Cameroon in 2014. You may remember that in 2019, she was here at the 4th CPC, again as the head of the executive committee of the CPA, which has been since 2017. Her tenure was due to expire at the next General Assembly of the CPA. She was the first African in more than 100 years to hold that position. We send the condolences to the National Assembly of Cameroon, the CPA fraternity worldwide, and the people of Africa, and also this industrial lady who still had a lot to offer. I invite honor members to rise for a moment of silence in respect of President Deby and the Honorable Rifaka. May the souls of the deceased rest in eternal peace. Now, members, are just 3 issues of national concern. Let me invite Honorable Namboso, Florence, 2 minutes. Thank you, Madam Speaker and colleagues. Madam Speaker, I rise on a matter of national importance concerning the state of bridges in my district. Madam Speaker, last year in November, I stood on this floor and raised the same issue. When it rains, the areas of Mount Elgon are seriously affected by the rains that come down with boulders. Madam Speaker, we had most of our bridges washed away. As I speak right now, there is a bridge that connects to 5 sub-counties that has not been worked on ever since last year. Madam Speaker, it was at a width of 8 meters. Right now it is at 35. And I'm asking that the government, through the Ministry of Works and UNRWA, comes up and helps the people of Sironko, because the longer they take, then the wider it is going to become and more expensive, Madam Speaker. I thank you so much. But could you give us the name of the bridge? You're saying 5 sub-counties, I don't know which one. Madam Speaker, it is called Bumasi Falegenya Bridge. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I see the Minister of State for Works here. Now, Kabatsi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. We are going to look at this bridge and see what can be done. The bridges are very expensive and the money available, we'll have to see what to do. I'm going to inform the ministry and UNRWA.
Can you give an update by next week about what you're doing?
We shall give an update in 2 weeks.
Okay. Okay, that's a government assurance. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I seek to find out, Madam Speaker, if that implies that the minister did not know when this happened last year, and I came to this house and informed, and the district of Sironko has written an impact assessment report to the ministry. I thank you. Now, Minister, are you aware that since November, this bridge has been broken down?
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm aware they have had meetings with the UNRWA and the ministry, the people from Sironko, but I'm not too sure when work will begin or what was decided. But I'm following it up and will bring a report in 2 weeks.
Okay, that's a government assurance. Honorable Shaija, 2 minutes.
I rise on a matter of national importance, and this is concerned with the need for more firefighting equipment and community policing on fire safety. Right, Honorable Speaker, fire outbreaks are nothing new on the news lately, as almost every monthly basis, there is a story that runs our news channels about fire outbreak in buildings. And Right Honorable, it's not so palatable when you know that people are losing their properties and they are losing, in some cases, lives. A case in point that last year in July, fire ripped through Nyamitiovora market in Mbarara and destroyed a lot of property worth millions. But also we remember that the National Leadership Institute located on the Ministry of Lands building, and nothing was saved. That's what we had. And earlier on, we remember with nostalgia about 10 students that died in a dormitory at St. Bernard Secondary School in Manya, Rakai district. Right, Honorable Speaker. And only recently, we had a building that caught fire, and this was located not very far from Wandegea, but people lost property. And then we also had the medical stores, that's the joint medical stores, and that building was also holding Star Pharmaceuticals Limited. It caught fire, that's on 9th April, and we lost, let us say as Ugandans, we lost about Right, Honourable Speaker, my prayer. The minister concerned should come to this August House to inform us on what better measures the ministry can put in place to effectively and efficiently manage damages caused by the rampant fires outbreak. Because I know that whenever we have riots, the vehicles are on standby and there's rapid response. But when it comes to fire, there are always a lot of jam, and that these people didn't reach on time. And at times we hear that even when they reach on time, the trucks don't have water. Right, Honourable Speaker, I want also the minister to explain to this House why the ministry cannot bring services closer to the people. For example, in the case of Kampala, why don't we put it at its divisional level so that there is a rapid response whenever such occurrences are observed? I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, and I raise my case.
Thank you very much, honourable members. The Minister of Internal Affairs is required to come and explain to this House and the country the state of preparedness in relation to fire in the community, taking into account what has just transpired recently, the national medical stores and other fires. Can he come within 1 week? Honourable Kibalia.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I address myself to a matter where Ugandans are now interested. Right Honourable Speaker, when we were in school, Uganda Development Bank had lost the meaning of a bank. It only remained with the structures. Of recent, a lot of efforts were put to inject money in Uganda Development Bank. Right Honourable Speaker, recently, in the last financial year, which is ending in June, approximately 1 trillion was put there to help those sectors that had suffered during the COVID-19. Right Honourable Speaker, to the disappointment of Ugandans, part of the money that left Ministry of Finance to Uganda Development Bank was again given to an investor who is in real estate, where we don't expect Uganda Development Bank to deal, instead of helping the sectors that had suffered through the COVID-19. Right Honourable Speaker, Ugandans have the history that Uganda Development Bank was put down by the mafias that are so selfish and feel whatever is in this country, these banks, belong to them. It's the same spirit, Right Honourable Speaker, that is coming up now in Uganda Development Bank, because the scandals that are coming up in Uganda Development Bank take us back to where it were before. Yet recently, Ugandans, we are now having hope that possibly it's coming up. So, Right Honourable Speaker, the concern of Ugandans are reflected in two prayers. One, Right Honourable Speaker, that the Minister of Finance really comes up to explain before the House really what transpired between the Minister of Finance and the memorandum that they exchanged with the Uganda Development Bank to make sure money changes the direction. Just the second prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, that this was just an iceberg, showing that there is a lot that could be going on in Uganda Development Bank. That through your office, Right Honorable Speaker, you come up with a select committee to investigate what could be going on or the road that could be in Uganda Development Bank to save more money that will be injected there and save Ugandans who have interest and hope in that bank.
Some say about the UDB.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues. It is true that His Excellency the President announced last financial year, which I think the year that is ending June, an investment of 1 trillion to help companies that are coming out of this the effects of COVID. And this financial year, we injected 485 billion. And next financial year, we'll also be continuing to add another 100 billion. And also the resources that we are mobilizing, some of which are before us here today, to finance the economic activities in our country. The issue of who is benefiting from the bank has come before the Committee of Finance. And one of them, as Honorable Chibaria was said, it is true that there are a few companies in the real estate that actually benefited from this package. But also it is true, Madam Speaker, that there are other companies, especially manufacturing companies, who are benefiting from this fund. So we yesterday in the Committee of Finance undertook to have a meeting with UDB to iron out that issue, how they focused on real estate vis-a-vis other sectors. And there was some explanation that we gave to the Committee of Finance. But I wanted to suggest, Madam Speaker, that we can come back again to this House when the Committee of Finance has already reported and they explain those two. They are like 2 or 3 areas which the youth were not originally under our instructions. But I also want to take this opportunity to say that the money that we put under UDB was not to give out for free, as it was previously reported in the papers that we are bailing out companies. Most of the people, actually all the people who have got money from UDB have got it as the normal businesses to support them, and they are paying interest out of this to sustain the bank.
Maybe we should wait until the committee reports, that we don't have to debate.
You see, Madam Speaker, the aspect of equal opportunities is so critical in everything that we do. Issues of gender and equality and equity. Madam Speaker, we are so much focused on the big people. You know, we are in a country where we are talking about the small versus the big, or vis-a-vis the big, the rich, the poor, the urban, the rural. Right now, there are companies which are still under lockdown. We are talking about the entertainment industry, for instance. I do want to believe that they also contribute to the development of this country. But the country is so quiet. You are very silent about what you are doing, about such people. Those players who cannot play the game now because of the COVID restrictions. What is it that government is doing? It seems we are focused on a certain class of people. And I would love, Madam Speaker, that the minister comes out clearly to tell us the real criteria that we are using in distributing these resources. Because I do want to believe that what people get from UDB is not like what we get from commercial banks. There's a difference. Somehow, those who benefit from UDB are better placed to get better credit. And I don't know, was real estate highlighted as the number one to take benefit of this, Madam Speaker?
So, Madam Speaker,
Yes, Madam Minister.
the Committee of Finance will report on this, but basically there are sectors that we agreed that the bank should invest in. One of them was agro-processing, was manufacturing, and other sectors. Second, on the issue of entertainment, Silas, we are discussing this matter. To begin with the promoters, we have been having an engagement on how we can help them, but also the Ministry of Gender is specifically coming up with a program on how to help the entertainment industry in this country.
Clarification. Minister should answer is, was real estate part of would be beneficiaries of the money we are put in ADB? I think that's that. But you are now dodging it. Just tell us, was it part of it or it was not? Because now you are mentioning agro industry, manufacturing. Just a specific one, simple one. Was it part of it or not?
Madam Speaker, as I said, we are going to come back to clarify whether the real estate was part of the sectors that are supposed to be financed. But the money was supposed to go for security. So tomorrow, I will come and confirm whether the real estate was part of this sector. Thank you.
Honourable members, let us wait for the Committee on Finance to report. Then we can have a debate based on their research and evaluation. Item 3.
Item 3, laying of papers.
Minister of Finance.
Laying of papers.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay a request by government to mobilize resources through borrowing of 107 million euros from the African Development Fund and 193.72 million euros from the African Development Bank and 25.9841 million euros from the Cooperative International Fund of Spain for the refurbishment of the Kampala Maraba meter gauge rail project.
Members sent to the Committee of National Economy for perusal and report back.
Item number 6 on the order paper, motion for a resolution of Parliament to authorize government to guarantee Uganda Development Bank Limited to borrow US$ 15 million from the European Investment Bank, US$ 10 million from the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, 20 million from the OPEC Fund for International Development, and United States dollars 20 million from the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa.
Now, members, as you may recall, we had partially handled this matter. There were just 2 areas we had asked the committee to review. So we thought to complete them before we go back to our other substantive business. Honorable Chair, National Economy.
And thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker, during the 26th sitting of the third meeting of the fifth session of the 10th Parliament, which was held on the 1st of April, a report of the Committee of National Economy was presented to this House to authorize government to guarantee the Uganda Development Bank Limited to borrow 16 million US dollars from the European Investment Bank, 10 million US dollars from the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, and $20 million from the OPEC Fund for International Development, and $20 million from the Arab Bank for Economic Development. Right Honorable Speaker, you guided that the committee reconsiders the matter and widens the scope of its consultations by interfacing with the private sector, especially the small and medium enterprises who are prospective clients of Uganda Development Bank, and granted the committee 1 week to report back. The committee reconsidered the matter, and now we beg to report back. We have not been able to report back in the given time because of the business in the House. The committee reconsidered the matter, and I wish to lay on floor the addendum of the report of the meeting, of the consultative meeting, which we had with the private sector. Right Honorable Speaker, the methodology which we used in reviewing the request, we met the private, we interfaced with the Private Sector Foundation Uganda, Uganda Manufacturers Association, Uganda Women's Entrepreneurs Association, small and medium enterprises represented by the following: Acacia Industries, Inter-Africa Corporate, Bella Wines, Dade Nursery Luzira, African Business Women Uganda, Film Limited, Africa Adventure Travelers, Home to Africa Association of Uganda, Inter-African Corporate Limited, Mama Care Foundation, GMT Works, Kika Farm Limited, Murwana Foods, Whispers of the Nile, Mr. Rogers Kaketo, Ugaford Microfinance Limited, and the Association of Uganda Tour Operators, Uganda Investment Authority, Uganda National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Uganda Law Society, and Uganda Development Bank. Right Honorable Speaker, according to the Strategic Development Plan 2020-2024, UDB intends to explore various avenues to increase and diversify its funding sources. Right Honorable Speaker, in addition, given the crucial role of the private sector in the economic growth path of the economy, it is imperative that government accords the necessary support to strengthen the sector. In addition, the year 2020, as we all know, was unprecedented world over with the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. The economy of Uganda witnessed unprecedented shocks emanating from the impacts of COVID. Right Honorable Speaker, consequent upon that, adequate and appropriate funding remains a critical success factor for Uganda Development Bank to achieve the strategic aspirations. The bank looks at raising $500 million during the strategic period. This is amidst the concerns about the elevated risks to public debt sustainability, stemming majorly from the worsening liquidity debt indicators. Right Honorable Speaker, it should be noted that government has been capitalizing UDB annually. However, in 2020, because of the COVID-19 and the effects of the economy globally, government was not able to put in the usual privatization. And government is looking at new measures for the faster recovery of the economy. And part of these measures include government's commitment to capitalize UDB with 1 trillion shillings, out of which 455.18 billion was allocated out of the proceeds from the IMF and World Bank loans and the funds appropriated under the Supplementary Schedule 1 for the financial year 2020-21. Other recapitalization funds were to be realized through the borrowing. Right Honorable Speaker, despite the need to recapitalize the bank, there are concerns of the elevated risk of public debt sustainability. The major vulnerabilities to the outbreak are emanating from the slow growth of exports and increasing debt service burden. Right Honorable Speaker, I now wish to respond to the issues which were raised in the sitting of 1st April this year. And the first one was, why doesn't UDB lend below 100 million? Why do they have that cap? The cap of 100 million is a long-standing policy issue and has been the case for over 12 years. The rationale is that UDB should focus on a certain size of project, given its project life cycle approach, and below which other funders such as Post Bank and Microfinance Support Center can support. However, the bank has innovated different approaches to support small borrowers as below. Farmers with an amount of need, however small, are supposed to go through the agricultural value chain financing approach and the farmer group loaning model, where funds are provided to a registered group through a kind of Apex model, and the individual farmers access the funds through their groups. This model has enabled the bank, for example, to support over 50,000 smallholder borrowers. The bank has also partnered with the UNCDF, where the funds are availed to the supporting agro SMEs under the START facility, where the minimum lending is 36 million. The lines of credit that we are providing the government-owned banks, they are done on UDB terms to cater for the small borrowers with less than 100 million shillings. And also because the UDB is not decentralized, is trying to reach out to potential borrowers through a partnership with other agencies. The bank with its partners, FAO, has developed digital finance solutions where lending to small borrowers will be done through a fintech company. This uses alternative credit scoring tools, and beneficiaries can get funding at easy terms, including no collateral. The first fintech has already signed with UDB has already signed UDB's term sheet. The second issue was, why doesn't why UDB lends to commercial banks? Banking has evolved where sharing platforms is one of the key characteristics. The bank decided to extend funds to only government-owned commercial banks, to support UDB's mandate. The structure of the lines of credit from UDB to the government-owned commercial banks are extended to the final beneficiary on UDB's terms. So the cost of the funds and the terms to the final beneficiary do not significantly vary from when a client borrows from UDB directly. This was done to support with faster deployment of funding received for production, import replacement, and manufacturing, but also to accommodate small borrowers who UDB would not ordinarily serve. The partnership was so far concluded with Post Bank Uganda. The bank is also in discussions with Pride Microfinance Bank. Housing Finance Bank is under negotiation of the terms. The money these banks receive from UDB is lent to SMEs in agriculture and manufacturing only, with interest rates capped at no more than 13% to the borrower. Before UDB disperses the funds to the government-owned banks, the banks will share with UDB a list of the intended beneficiaries. And by doing this, they ensure that the funding, even though the government-owned banks is channeled to the beneficiaries, that UDBL would otherwise be serving but leveraging on the structures of the government banks. Also, only about 15% of the total funding received was earmarked for channeling through government-owned banks. Right Honorable Speaker, when we interacted with stakeholders, they also had issues which they raised, which I would like to share with the House. They were concerned about UDB's role in the COVID-19 stimulus fund. The bank received the funding to implement a component of the government's stimulus package, which was specifically to support resilience and self-sufficiency of the economy by ensuring that the country had essential goods and services to mitigate and support the faster recovery of the economy from the negative impacts caused by the pandemic, as well as import substitution. To that end, the funds are being deployed in agriculture, manufacturing, agro-industrial sectors to eligible borrowers. UDB has not received any funding to bail out struggling businesses, and funding received was not meant to be given out as a package or a grant to struggling businesses. And UDB, the stakeholders raised the issue of UDB's intervention for post-COVID-19 support. To date, since August 2020, 50% of the above-mentioned funds have been dispersed, while the remaining funds are fully committed with projects at various levels of implementation, and borrowers are undergoing post-approval processes. The bank, in partnership with the EU, set up an intervention facility for the tourist sector, involving a grant tied to job retention and a loan in soft terms. UDB deferred payments for all deserving portfolio clients in its portfolio. Clients will not be penalized for non-payment of loans during the deferred period. This is also in line with the relief measures by the banking sector provided by Bank of Uganda, and also is also part of the stimuli package. On the visit of the bank, the stakeholders raised concern of UDB not having branches. But UDB responded that they are reaching out to their stakeholders through workshops and conferences, and they are using banks that they are partnering with to help them to reach out to those customers who cannot easily reach them. The bank also entered partnership with the private sector foundation unit, Uganda Manufacturers Association, Uganda National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, UIA, among others, to undertake various initiatives and use of their platforms to constantly engage with their members. On the stringent eligibility criteria to access funds for SMEs, the bank stated that they are necessary to maintain shareholders' capital. Because these are public funds and they are accountable for it, they need the stringent measures to ensure that the funds are properly applied and they are paid back. A social program has been set up for SMEs to support increased access to capital. The bank will go an extra mile to train, incubate, support, and assist on registration and ensure tax compliance measures. And the stakeholders were wondering why UDB is lending housing finance. I've already explained that this is part of the partnership. but the partner disperses the money on the terms agreed with UDB, and UDB clears the list of the beneficiaries. On the Tourism Intervention Fund stringent conditions, in a move to save well and revive the sector, UDB has partnered with EU, as I've already stated, and they're trying to give soft loans and grants for retention of jobs in the tourist sector. The conditions for access of funds were developed after consultation with EU that was bringing in the grant. And the sector players like Uganda Hotel Owners Association, Uganda Tour Operators, and UDB, or they consulted and the consensus was reached. And this is on those terms that money to the tourism sector is being given out. UDB, they're wondering whether the UDB specialists, they have specialists to handle technical issues. And the UDB's response was that the bank has sector specialists who work closely with the financial credit analysis when looking at the projects. They have, for example, agronomists, civil and mechanical engineers, environmental specialists, equity specialists, just to mention a few. And on UDB's monitoring project, UDB has got a dedicated monitoring and evaluation unit. The unit oversees monitoring projects that the bank has funded and makes necessary recommendations. The bank is growth oriented, and that's why they can extend funding to start up commercial banks, which to funding to projects which commercial banks shy away from. Excuse me. They have non-financial services like business advisory and project preparation, which other banks don't offer. The primary objective for UDB is to ensure that a project is well implemented and is successful, and therefore they work the client from beginning up to end. On non-collateralized lending support to associations like the Uganda Women Entrepreneurs Association Limited, the bank is exploring opportunities to create solutions with the likes of UWIL to develop appropriate products and solutions for the members. The bank prioritizes cross-cutting issues as they form a critical component in the overall assessment of credit and contributing to the development impacts that are sought by the bank. For each of these issues, the bank has put in place a strategy to help mainstream them in the operation. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee reiterates its observations and recommendations to this House in its report, which was presented on the 1st of April, for the House to pass the grant from of $15 million from European Investment Bank, $10 million from the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, $20 million from the OPEC Fund for International Development, and the $20 million from the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa. And therefore, the committee recommends that this request be approved subject to the recommendations and the clarifications provided. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of the Committee of National Economy. In particular, I think we are happy that more information has now been provided, especially for the small actors. Are there any comments? We had partially discussed this. Yes, Honorable Jessica, and then Honorable Songa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and the Chair of the Committee of National Economy. I want to thank you for the presentation and the clarification. My concern is only on the interest rate. Sometime back when we had the a West Nile symposium in Muni University, the president asked the MD of UDB, what is the interest rate and what should the government do to bring the interest rate to like 10%? The lady answered that they needed at least 3 trillion Uganda shillings so that they could bring the interest rate to 10%. But even 10% for Uganda, where the other things that support agriculture are still expensive, 10% is still high, but you're talking of 13%. So that is an area where we really need to look into. If I can borrow an example from the agricultural banks of Thailand, if you are a community and you are borrowing, for example, sugarcane processing machine, you are a community, the interest rate is 0.01% from the agricultural bank. If you are an individual and you want to start agricultural enterprises, the interest rate, maximum interest rate is 6%. So we really need to reconsider this. And they are doing that at 6% when cost of electricity is low, transport system is well developed. So these are factors we need to really consider when we want really to empower our people. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Ababiku?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to thank the chair and the committee for the report. I also want to thank government for bringing this request, because as a parliament, we have been crying and requesting for agricultural loan to support our farmers, but also those small borrowers in other sectors. Therefore, I support the proposal brought on the floor of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, I agree with my colleague who has just raised the issue of interest rate, because majority of the small borrowers are still limited with financial capital. Right Honorable Speaker, building Uganda necessitates supporting these people. And if we say that the interest rate is going to be at 13 or not more than 13%, Right Honorable Speaker, this is not going to help many of our small borrowers. It will still pick on those who have grown to a certain level, though they are small borrowers. But Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, daily we have people who are growing, whose base needs to be supported. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, I request that we need to come with a specific figure agreeable to the standard of our small borrowers, so that we can be able to eliminate the stagnation in which we have been of the 68% who are still at the level of subsistence farming. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm also interested in the procedures. Oftenly we approve things here thinking that our people will easily access the services, but you'll find that the procedures often become so tedious. So I'll wish to hear more about the procedures that my small farmer in Adjumani is going to follow in order to access these services. The chair also talked about information dissemination, and she mentioned one of the methods that is going to be used, that is carrying out workshops. But Right Honorable Speaker, the same committee noted that the branches of our bank is not everywhere, and many of our districts are so rural. So I'm proposing that we need also to involve the districts, especially in the rural districts where we have the district agricultural officers and also the commercial officers and the extension workers in our districts, so that they will be able to pass this information With that, I strongly support the borrowing of this grant to support our farmers. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Does the chair have a response, especially on access? How to access the facility? Okay. Honorable Chair, hold a bit of drop and then Honorable Wamai.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also would like to say I support the borrowing of this loan, but to raise a very big issue about the ordinary person there who cannot borrow much. We cannot subject them to commercial loans only. Originally, there used to be cooperative banks. How can we help our ordinary person there better to access also loans for farming? Because they struggle. And yet these big loans go to already people who are developed, those who can buy tractors, those who can buy, big equipment. But there are those who also would like to use ox cultivation or animal traction. They cannot access loans with very, low interest rate. How can we help our people better to access also loans like this with a low interest rate? Thank you.
Now, Wamai.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Uganda is an agricultural country, and we get most of the resources from agriculture. But when you look at these loans, they are very, very high, and they cannot attract people to go into agriculture. Now, what government should do is to bring down the interest rates for agricultural people, for people who are going into farming. So many people now are leaving the towns, capitals to go into agriculture. But to attract many of these university graduates who are on the streets to go into agriculture, they have got to bring down the interest rates on loans so that they can go into agriculture. Madam Speaker, you visited Mayuge that has big farm and say very good agricultural produce. Now, if the interest rates were low, many Ugandans would go into fast-growing venture. Avocado is good paying, but it's so tedious. You need water, you need good soil, you need farmers, you need people to work on the farm full time. So to help Ugandans go into this fast-growing agriculture, we need low interest so that people can go and borrow money and start going into agriculture. Then we can help our people. But when you keep the interest rates so high, people avoid agriculture and will come to town to look for white-collar jobs, which are not there. So government must now work on that to make sure Uganda is going to agriculture and increase the exports from this country. You know, coffee exports went down, tea exports went down, there's no cotton, you know, the cooperative societies went down. But to bring back these cooperative societies, we must bring down the interest rates so that people can go borrow money and go into agriculture. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Chair. Okay, final word for Honorable Olanyi.
Thank you very much, Right.
One final one. Yes, one.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the committee for noting that Uganda Development Bank mostly is in Kampala. The branches should be spread regionally. Right Honorable Speaker, I remember some times back, farmers from Amuru district were given forms from the Uganda Development Bank to fill. Right Honorable Speaker, after filling the form, none of the farmers from my district managed to get that money from Uganda Development Bank. I would like to find out, Honorable Speaker, if Uganda Development Bank can liaise and work together with other banks in the upcountry districts. We have other banks that are more easily accessible by the farmers. If we have only the branch only within Kampala, that becomes very difficult for a farmer to move from my district, Amoro, coming to Kampala, process his loan documents, and go back. That is quite hectic, right, Honorable Speaker. I would like to appeal for Uganda Development Bank, work together with other small banks within the district so that it benefits the community. Secondly, the committee also noted that the loan is mostly being accessed by the already rich people. I think this is true, right, Honorable Speaker. I remember my colleague, when he raised the matter of national importance, that the money was accessed from Uganda Development Bank for putting up a real estate. And it is true, only well-to-do people are accessing this money. Yet we need the poor people who are poor of the poorest to benefit from this particular loan. Right, Honorable Speaker, let the bank change its mode of working. Let it go nearer to the community in various districts. I beg to move.
Hello, Chair.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I cannot agree more with you on the issue of the interest rates. Interest rates are comprised of cost of borrowing, cost of funds, operating costs, and economies of scale. And UDB is not doing well on all of those three. They are still small, and the operating costs, because they are small, are still high. And they are also borrowing at high interest rates. That's why the interest rate is high. But it's important that government comes with interventions, especially in agriculture, to bring down the interest rate further down, though it's the lowest among the banks. And on access, UDB should be accessed by other people. And again, because of its size, it is not at the moment able to go direct to the consumers. That's why they are partnering with government-owned banks. They are very, very careful. Because we asked them, why don't they partner with the commercial banks? They said they are trying to be cautious because of what happened to some commercial banks some years ago. They have partnered with the microfinance, Pride Microfinance, Post Bank, and Housing Finance Bank to reach out to those people who are far. They go and hold stakeholders workshops, and then the loan applications are channeled through those banks. And on access to small borrowers, they support those small borrowers through these small banks, microfinance and post banks. And the small borrowers get access to that money through their associations, because it will be very expensive to move from here and go and appraise a project for 10 million shillings in the islands. So they put them together, and these are working very well, like under the PALM project. It's a big success through those sector associations. This morning, we received the testimony that they are getting UDB money, and it's working very well. Right Honorable Speaker, UDB is the only bank which finance startups. Most commercial banks or banks in the country will finance projects which already started. But UDB, because of its mandate, they even assessed the would-be borrowers to write projects, fund them through whatever arrangement, and then walk all the way with them by providing advisory services in order for them not to get off track and be able to achieve their objectives. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank the colleagues.
Honourable members, put the question that the question be put. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I serve it. Now put the question that this House to approve the request of the proposal of government to guarantee the UDB, the foreign lines of credit, euro 15 million from the European Investment Bank 2, USD 10 million from the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation. 3, USD 20 million from the OPEC Fund for International Development. And 4, USD 20 million from the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Please have it.
Item 7 on the order paper, motion for a resolution of Parliament to authorize government to borrow Kuwait dinars 6 million equivalent to United States dollars 19.8 million from the Kuwait Fund for Arab Economic Development to support the program of operations for the years 2020 to 2024 for the Uganda Development Bank Limited.
No, Chair.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to present a report of the Committee of National Economy on the proposal to borrow Kuwaiti dinar 6 million, which is equivalent to $19.8 million from the Kuwaiti Fund for Arab Economic Development to support the program of operations for the years 2020 to 2024 for the Uganda Development Bank Limited. Right Honorable Speaker, a loan request was presented to this House by the Minister of Finance on the 25th of June 2020, and was referred to our committee. The committee considered and scrutinized the request, and now I wish to report. Right Honorable Speaker, before I proceed, permit me to lay on table the following documents which we used in scrutinizing the report. Our first one is the report of the Committee on National Economy on the proposal which I'm presenting to you now, the addendum to the report of the Committee on National Economy on the proposal by government to borrow up to $6 million dinars, minutes of the meetings, brief to Parliament on the proposal by the Minister of Finance, a letter from His Excellency the President approving the capitalization of UDB, a letter from the Minister of Finance on the certificate of financial implications. We have the National Planning Authority recommendation, an update on utilization of funding for Uganda Development Bank, the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, intimation notice and final terms and conditions of Murahaba financing, the draft line of credit agreement between the Arab Bank of Economic Development in Africa and UDB for $10 million, the third line of credit to Uganda Development Bank Limited, draft loan agreement between UDB and OPEC Fund for International Development, the finance contract between the European Investment Bank and Uganda Development Bank of euros 15 million, and the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa indicative term sheet for the private sector facility of up to $10 million, the OPEC Fund for International Development, general conditions applicable to the public sector loan agreements, Uganda Development Bank annual report for 2019, the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of UDB for the year ended 2019. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker, in scrutinizing the loan, we held meetings, and we are also informed by the consultative meeting, which we held on the 15th of April with the private sector. We reviewed quite a number of documents, 8 documents, and Right Honorable Speaker, the background to this loan is the same as the one which I have just presented. And under table 2, we have a list of UDB lines of credit guaranteed by government, and all of them are fully utilized, except for 2 which are between 60 and 80% utilization. Right Honorable Speaker, table 3 gives key selected UDB performance indicators, and all of them are positive. Right Honorable Speaker, on the development impact of the bank, it's the same like in the previous paper, and this is covered under table 7.
Procedure.
Point of
Right Honorable Speaker, the chair listed out some very important documents, and I'm interested in 2 of them, which was supposed to lay on table. Unfortunately, she went ahead to start reading the report before laying the document. Is it procedurally right, Honorable Speaker, for her to continue reading the report before we see the documents she's listing?
The documents have now been laid.
Right Honorable Speaker, I had serious intentions of moving the documents to the table, but I got excited to proceed with the report. Right Honorable Speaker, according to the bank's strategic plan, the bank intends to explore various avenues to increase and diversify its funding sources and leverage its sources to increase and catalyze investment in the initiatives detailed in the strategic plan. The bank is looking for $500 million over the period. Right Honorable Speaker, table 5 gives the capitalization of UDB, which is quite low. Right Honorable Speaker, on the purpose of the proposed line of credit, UDB has a pipeline of 709 billion of small and medium enterprises that need long-term financing. These SMEs are involved in businesses in sectors financed by the bank. The bank widely important goal week for 2021 is to disperse 502 billion shillings from the approval of 702 billion. The bank has a commitment of 351 billion worth of projects that will absorb the proceeds of this loan. The proceeds of the loan aim at promoting SMEs and medium-scale investment projects, which contribute to economic and social development in the Republic of Uganda through providing financing. UDB shall allocate 10% of the proceeds of the loan to finance SME investment projects and shall allocate 80% from the proceeds of the loan to finance medium-scale investment projects. The bank will lend the loans to SMEs at an average interest rate of 7% in dollar terms, on the dollar loan, and 12% if it is shilling loan. Right Honorable Speaker, table 8 gives the loan terms and the budgetary conditions, and the loan is highly concessional. And the loan conditions approval by Parliament. The first one is approval by Parliament. Second one is the legal opinion of the Attorney General on the loan documentation. And the third one, a letter to the Kuwait Fund for Economic Development, authorizing persons to withdraw applications together with their specimen signatures. The level of concessionality is covered under table 3. Right Honorable Speaker, a budgetary implication, the capitalization of UDB is included in the approved estimates of the Minister of Finance under vote 008 with an approved estate provision of 103.5 billion as appropriation in aid to Uganda Development Bank in 2019-2020. The loan and current debt at the moment, the GDP debt ratio, the debt stands at 49.9 of the GDP. Right Honorable Speaker, Despite the increase in foreign debt, in sovereign debt, and increased risks and vulnerabilities in the next few years, we are assured by the Minister of the Finance that the debt is still sustainable. The major vulnerabilities to the outlook relate to the slow growth of exports and the increasing debt service burden. Debt service as a percentage of our revenue has increased over the recent years to over 20%, a level usually seen in low-income countries faced with high-risk distress. The increase in debt service has majorly been a result of increased domestic borrowing, which is typically more expensive and non-concessional commercial external debt. There is need, therefore, for government to stay within the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility budget deficit of 3%. Right Honorable, I now move the observations and the recommendations. They are the same as those in the earlier loan, but for the benefit of those who are not here, I think I'll repeat them. The committee noted the increased risks and vulnerabilities in the next few years that would impact the sustainability of Uganda's sovereign debt. The committee recommends that government should ensure that the infrastructure investment financed by debt yields the envisaged growth dividend, and that government should improve on revenue collection by 0.5% of GDP per year over the next 5 years. We know that Uganda has got the lowest GDP tax ratio in the region. And the Minister of Finance, URA, should fast track the domestic revenue mobilization strategy, which addresses major bottlenecks or inefficiencies in tax administration. This will result into more revenue collection and consequently reduce the resilience on borrowing. Right Honorable Speaker, government should fast track the development of an oil sector and ensure that oil exports commence. Government should slow down the pace of contracting commercial external financing and domestic debt, which are associated with high interest rates. Government should also scale down on financing infrastructure development through debt once the ongoing projects are completed. Financial sustainability, the committee recommends that in order for UDB to enhance its capacity of providing development finance solutions, as enshrined in its mandate, the bank should seek out an appropriate mix of funding that will generate requisite capital to finance its investment needs at affordable cost. And on enhancing operational efficiency, the committee noted the operational risk exposure of the bank and therefore recommends that UDB should further digitalize several aspects of its operations with the aim of leveraging technology to transform customer experience and to expand its outreach. The bank should focus on building an adequate staff of competences among the staff to ensure that the bank addresses the institutional needs both for now and the future. On the regional presence of the bank, which you alluded to in the previous report, the bank should consider the need to deepen their services by establishing and equipping regional specific branches in Uganda, as the case is in Brazil, China, and Ethiopia, and also setting up branches countrywide and strengthening the partnership with the government banks, which have got a regional presence. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that the request by government to borrow Kuwait dinars 6 million, equivalent to $19.8 million from the Kuwait Fund for Economic Development to support the program of operations for the years 2020-24 for UDB be approved subject to the recommendations. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to present.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable members, as you would appreciate, the principles in the other loan are exactly the same as this one. I don't know whether anyone has any comments. Honorable Kitale? Kitale Senyonga?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the chairman of the committee for this report, but also more so of accommodating our earlier concerns by meeting the stakeholders, though I was out of town. Honorable Speaker, the development bank ideally should be this special purpose vehicle for getting affordable long-term finance as opposed to the commercial banks which have financed the short gestation projects. I am only concerned that given the NDP3 and Vision 2040, that the strategic plan is very conservative. $500 million is not a lot of money, even if you wanted to finance the mineral sector, even if you wanted to finance the oil and gas sector. How I wish that at a strategic level, cabinet upgrades UDB. Capitalization cannot be by just how much profitability they are making. If we are going to have the industrialization we talk about in the industrial policy, then I think government must, like we are seeing trillions being pumped elsewhere, the private sector needs to be helped because that's the only way we can build a credible private sector, which we have been lacking. I also, Honorable Speaker, I would like to plead with our colleagues in Parliament and more so Cabinet. We expect, as we go for the budget process, we need to be much more vigilant as Parliament, because Article 159 gives only this Parliament mandate to approve government commitment of the borrowing. But I think in the new culture of the public-private partnership projects, with challenges of contingent liabilities and sovereign guarantees, I think Parliament needs much more latitude and leverage in terms of scrutinizing the public-private partnership. Also, there is this hybrid now of the oil and gas. That recoverable cost, Madam Speaker, it has been my contention over the years. It requires parliamentary approval. You can't be approving 10 million for a neonatal hospital as Parliament, but you're going to commit $15 billion without parliamentary approval. I think Parliament will have abdicated responsibility in terms of scrutiny. UDB also, Madam Chair, we passed a law here making Uganda Development Corporation the arm leading industrialization. Now, UDB and UDC should be working, hand in hand. So when we talk about UDB struggling, and we don't ask where is the mother supposed to be UDC, then there is something lacking in our industrialization agenda. I want to give a testimony that about 12 years ago, we did acquire 29 square miles of an industrial park in Hoima. It is nowhere in the agenda of financing. How I wish there was a loan today on this floor to finance the Hoima industrial park, because we have signed the ECOP. We found money last time for the airport. The runway is almost ready, but to see that big, vast industrial park full of vermin, baboons and what is really not good. You remember Wopa went there 10 years ago, trying to see how women were being sick very fast to create space for industrial park, which is non-existent. So I pray that government looks at, as we battle with the debt stock, close to $18 billion, can we find resources to go for the areas which are very lacking, so that we can say, are we putting money in oil and see it out in minerals, but not forgetting the value addition given the challenges. I would like to end by saying, Madam Speaker, just yesterday, we're talking about why not upgrade WEB to a women bank. We're asking why not have a cooperative bank. In some jurisdictions, even in Kenya, there are so many mortgage housing banks. I'm happy they are partnering with housing finance. Would like to see more chain and sector specific cluster financing so that we can move this country. I want to support the loan, but I request that we get a more serious, more ambitious strategic plan, which can move us in the direction of Vision 2040. I thank you so much.
No, Senyonga. No, Senyonga. That's honorable. Well.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I think this is the second time in 1 week that we have been told documents have been laid when actually physically they are not there. Unfortunately, this time it involves our own committee. Right, Honorable Speaker, I was specifically interested in the audited report so that I can understand how this money is being used and the opinion of the Auditor General on the performance generally of this bank we are loading too much money into. Unfortunately, Right Honorable Speaker, although audited report is among the documents listed as laid, I've come through the file, I've not seen any. I've even consulted with the chair who laid the documents, which purportedly includes the audited report. And I can now confirm to you that the document which has been laid by the chairman of the committee does not contain the audited report, which our Hansard has already captured as having been laid. So I'm seeking procedural guidance on two things. One, the audited report as laid be expanded because it's not here. And two, I would think that Chair, you should Speaker, you could probably come up with specific guidance as to how we can now present documents which we can refer to after our debate, because some of the way things are going, it looks as if we are told documents have been laid when actually the documents are not there. And I think this is not a nice way of handling business in Parliament. Right, Honorable Speaker, therefore I need guidance. I'm handing back the file to the clerk, but I'm just trying to tell you that I've confirmed beyond doubts, because even the chair has looked through again and has also now acknowledged that actually the auditor's report is not in this file. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Now, was audited report a requirement for this loan? Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable. And Right Honorable, I would like to thank my sister, Honorable Cecilia Ogwara team, for being so, for pointing out an omission. Right Honorable Speaker, I saw the soft copy of the report, and I instructed the clerk to make it part of the documents. But what he did, he put there the annual report. He said that the other one was too voluminous, but I apologize for that omission. And Right Honorable Speaker, the report will be provided tomorrow. Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, I therefore wish to request to be permitted to expand the audited reports among the documents laid on the table. I thank you.
Honourable members, in the absence of the audited report, the clerk is hereby directed to expunge reference to the audited report because it is not there. Senyonga.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for especially
allowing Honorable Cecilia to present and even scrutinize the file. Madam Speaker, this is a representation of Ugandans, and where our own comes and says something is laid. Madam Speaker, and even you echoed that, is it, have you laid the on the table? Says everything is on the file. Madam Speaker, when something comes up, we need to have stringent measures to restrain these chairpersons who are presenting serious documents to this House, Ugandans, at least to avoid such omissions unnecessarily. Because, Madam Speaker, it seems it has now become a culture of passing alone. We come here to just rubber stamp or to pass a loan that is tangible and meaningful for Ugandans. I think those issues that are required should be scrutinized before you come here and request the speaker to put you on order paper. At least one should be ready to present those documents that are necessary to highlight major issues that can guide the parliament to pass something meaningful for the country. I salute you, Madam Speaker.
Yes. Right, Honorable Speaker, I request Parliament to accept our apology, but right now the clerk is having it printed.
They're printing the third report?
Right, Honorable Speaker, yes.
How voluminous? Let's have it. Honor Senyonga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. As I stand the motion of borrowing, Right Honorable Speaker, I have a serious concern in the report, which should be seriously noted for the members, even the coming members, to continue following. Right Honorable Speaker, early on we talked about UDB. And here they have emphasized small scale industries and small scale entrepreneurship. Right Honorable Speaker, that's where the emphasis, to me, I want to put, so that the minister can make sure that this time it is not only the big giants benefiting, but because it is clearly indicated that at least 20% of the loan will go to small scale industries. Otherwise, many of our people look at these loans as if they are here to help with you instead of helping the majority who are really helping this country with solving of unemployment to many of our people. But otherwise, I support the loan.
I think the minister has noted the concern of the citizen about access, about SMEs. They should be now feature prominently in your proposals. And I put the question, that the question be put, those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Let's have it. And I put the question that this House do approve the proposal by to authorize government to borrow Kuwait dinars 6 million from the Kuwait Fund for Arab Economic Development to support the program of operations for the years 2020-2024, the Uganda Development Bank. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Let's have it.
Item number 8 on the order paper, motion for a resolution of Parliament to authorize government to borrow special drawing rights, 57 million equivalent to US dollars 78.2 million from the International Development Association of the World Bank Group to finance the Uganda investing in forests and protected areas for climate smart development project.
Minister, can you move the motion?
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion by government to borrow special drawing rights 57 million, which is equivalent to 78.2 million US dollars from the International Development Association of the World Bank finance Uganda investing in forests and protected areas for climate smart development project. I beg to move.
Was it seconded? Seconded. Justification? Then the chair can report.
Madam Speaker, the National Development Plan has identified 18 programs that have been designed to deliver the required results under this plan. Among them is the climate change, natural resources, environment, and water management. And another one is agro-industrialization and tourism. This particular project is designed to promote, to implement the first program of climate change, natural resources, environment, and water management. We have been talking about this issue of climate change for some time now. And one of the areas that we think that we should have an impact is actually in afforestation and also water and environmental management. Madam Speaker, this loan was considered by the Committee of National Economy, and they have made comments and they are ready to report, but the purpose is protect our environment, to support climate change management in this country, an idea and an objective that this House has been progressively and aggressively pursuing. And I want to commend this request to members of this House for consideration and approval to protect our environment. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I invite the chair of the committee?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, once again, and colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm presenting the report of the Committee on National Economy on the proposal by government to borrow special drawing rights, 57 million, which is equivalent to 78.2 million US dollars from the IDA of the World Bank to finance the Uganda investing in forests and protected areas for climate smart development projects. Right Honorable Speaker, permit me to thank my colleagues whom we worked with on scrutinizing this loan. This loan was presented to this House on the 11th of this year, and it was referred to our committee for consideration. Right Honorable Speaker, we held meetings with Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and with the Minister of Water and Environment. We also made field visits. We went to the lower Alpine region, Kamwenge, Kasesa, and Rubirizi, and we also went to the upper Alpine region, Hoima, Chikube, Masindi, and the upper Nile region, Arua, Moyo, and Yumbe. The main objective of the oversight visits was to appraise the committee on the project sites and intended project documentation. We reviewed 14 documents covered under paragraph 2.3. Right Honorable Speaker, by what background, forests and trees have an important role to play in the struggle to reduce poverty. Initiatives based on sustainable local forest management as part of our rural development and sustainable livelihood strategies can support good governance and increase benefits to the poor. Trees have many agricultural uses such as food, fuel, fodder, fertilizer, shade, windbreaks, fencing, packaging, water, regulation, and soil erosion prevention, to mention a few. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda's economy remains heavily reliant on renewable natural resources. A heavy reliance on rain-fed and subsistence agriculture continues to expose the economy to risks from adverse weather. And these risks are likely to grow under most scenarios for future climate change. Uganda is vulnerable to climate change, and its impacts are already being experienced. You all remember the hostile weather we had in January up to almost February. That's a result of the destruction of our natural forests. Uganda has experienced a severe reduction in forest cover, as well as wetland degradation and encroachment. The forest cover in Uganda has reduced from 20% in 1986-87 to 9.5% in 17-18. The implication of that is that there are increased vulnerability and disparities in income, as well as loss of livelihood to the population and reduction in GDP growth. On the other hand, forests and wildlife are particularly important for tourism. And we all know that before the advent of COVID, tourism was one of our main sources of foreign exchange. Given the increased interest in pastoral forest management in Uganda, this proposed project will complement Uganda's National Wetland Program that seeks to restore and support sustainable management of Uganda's wetlands, complement NDP3 efforts that target to increase Uganda's forest cover from the current situation of 9.5% to 15% by 2024-25, and address wood fuel-based energy security for both communities and refugee settlements, and growing environmental degradation, and make substantial contribution to addressing the country's priorities in climate change, which aim to increase the level of ambition and commitment to both adaptation and resilience. The project's linkage to the country strategy, NDP3 has identified 18 programs that have been designed to deliver the requisite results under this plan. And among this program is climate change, natural resources, environment, and water management. And number 2 is the agro-industrialization program, and this aims to increase commercialization and competitiveness of agriculture production and agro processing. And on number 3, it aims at supporting tourism and development program. This aims to increase Uganda's attractiveness as a preferred tourist destination. The Uganda investing in forests and protected areas for climate support, for climate smart development projects is in line with the other programs, and if well implemented, will directly support the following 4 objectives under NDP. One is increasing agricultural production and productivity, reducing climate change vulnerability, reducing human and economic loss from natural hazards and disasters, and 4, increasing incomes and employment through sustainable use and value addition to water, forests, and natural resources. Therefore, the Uganda investing in forests and protected areas for climate smart development project is in line with the Uganda Vision 2040 and the 3rd National Development Plan 2021, 2024, 25, and is consistent with the goal of this plan to increase household income and improve quality of life of Ugandans. The project is also aligned to other planning frameworks, among which is the Uganda National Climate Change Policy 2015, National Agriculture Policy of 2010, and Uganda National Forestry Policy of 2001. The project is aligned to the alignment of the project is sustainable development goals. It is aligned to goal number 1, 13, and 15. Right Honorable Speaker, on the performance of loans in the water and environmental sector, these are covered under table 6. There are 12 loans, but due to certain reasons, some of them have been slow in utilization. The current road disbursement is attributed to the continued slow pace by government in fulfillment of loan effectiveness conditions, coastal land compensation claims, and inadequate project preparedness for those projects. The majority of these projects were approved by Parliament 2 years ago. And on the project objectives, impact outcomes, and outputs, these are covered under paragraph 7. The overall goal of the project is to improve sustainable management of forests and protected areas and increase benefits to communities from foresting target landscapes. Right Honorable Speaker, Table 2 gives the project development objective indicators. Paragraph 7.1 is the project geographical focus is on selected priority areas in Western and Northwest Uganda. The project targets landscapes include Albertine Rift, the refugee hosting districts of West Nile region, and the Lamu district. The project will support activities in 17 districts, which are listed under Table 3. Right Honorable Speaker, the project explicitly seeks to support engagement of people living in and deriving their livelihood from forests that are targeted for intervention under the project. Those are the target beneficiaries. The tourism sector and wood value chain players will also be important beneficiaries. The government of Uganda agencies in natural resource sector and their staff, mainly Uganda Wildlife Authority and National Forest Authority, as well as the district's natural resource office staff in the target district, will benefit from improved capacity for service delivery. The project components, Right Honorable Speaker, are covered under Table 4. The first component, which will take $47 million from the IDA, will cover improved management of protected areas. And component number two, which will consume $40 million. The component will increase revenue and jobs from these forests and wildlife protected areas through targeted investments in tourism and productive forests, and will include productive forests. Component number 4, which this one will take $5 million. This will be for project management and monitoring. Right Honorable Speaker, the projected cost and financing arrangements are covered under Table 4, where the IDA loan will cover 43.88%. The grant will cover 6.73%, and the IDA grant for refugee sub-window will cover 32.55%, and Government of Uganda will contribute 16.83%. On the long term, the long terms are provided under Table 6. Table 6. And Right Honorable Speaker, this loan is highly concessional with a maturity period of 38 years and with the grace period of 6 years and with interest rate service charge of 0.7% on amount drawn and 0.5% as commitment fee on undrawn balances. The loan has the following terms and conditions: satisfaction by IDA that the recipient has an adequate refugee protection framework. The recipient has prepared and adopted the project implementation manual, and the recipient has established the project steering committee, and the recipient has established the project coordination unit, with composition, terms of reference, and resources satisfactory to the lender. Right Honorable Speaker, on budgetary implication, Government of Uganda would be required to provide counterpart funding to the tune of 30 million shillings, $30 million. And the Minister of Finance has assured us that they are committed to avail the required counterpart funding under the respective votes of the project implementing agency. That is Minister of Water and Minister of Tourism. Right Honorable Speaker, on the economic benefits and return of the project, it is estimated, the estimated net income project return over a 25-year period using a 5% discount is about $2 billion with a benefit cost ratio of 7. When excluding social value of carbon emissions, the project yields an economic net present value of $528 million and has a benefit cost of 2.6. The economic return is 40%. Right Honorable Speaker, this project is going to create gainful employment for over 22,000 people, green jobs. It's going to enhance ecosystem services. There will be improved management of 1,157,073 hectares of central forest reserves, national parks and wild reserves through improved forest protection and enforcement management. On the implementation, this project is envisaged to be implemented within 6 years, starting with the effective date. And it's going to be implemented by National Forest Authority, the Ministry of Water and Environment, and Uganda Wildlife Association. The GDP to the debt to GDP ratio now stands at 49.9%. We are about to hit the threshold. But the Minister of Finance still assures that despite the increase in sovereign debt and the increased risks and vulnerabilities in the next few years, the debt is still manageable. On compliance with parliamentary approval, the minister got a score of 64%, which is well above average. Right Honorable Speaker, on observations and recommendations, low absorption of funds. The committee noted that absorption of funds for debt finance projects in the water and the environmental sector was very low. The committee therefore recommends that Minister of Finance and Minister of Water and Environment should ensure that all beneficiaries that affect the sufficient utilization and absorption of funds for debt finance projects in the water and environmental sector are mitigated to guarantee timely implementation. And on fulfillment of loan conditions, the committee noted that government has been slow in fulfilling of loan effective conditions upon signing of loan agreements in order to trigger the disbursement of committed funds for the implementation of debt finance projects. In addition, the majority of the IDB debt funded projects have frequently registered delayed startups and implementation. And in some cases, they have even cancelled them. And the main reason for the delays are the following: lack of detailed engineering design, inadequate consultation and agreements with stakeholders, weak presence of implementing institutions in local levels, and lack of understanding with the donors. The committee recommends that government ensures the speedy fulfillment of effective conditions of the financing agreement for these loans in order for the committed funds to be released by the bank in time. On the technical design and projects, the committee noted that while individual components of the projects are well tested in Uganda and elsewhere, bringing these together in a landscape approach is inherently complex. The committee recommends that the project steering committee ensures the responsibility of individuals implementing agencies of these projects are clearly defined in the project documentation. In addition to the project design, it should ensure that implementation responsibilities are fully aligned with the mandate of the project implementing agency. Right Honorable Speaker, on the provision of taxes in the total project cost, the committee recommends that the Minister of Finance ensure that taxes are captured as additional counterpart funding that will be provided for by government during the implementation project. On institutional capacity sustainability, the committee recommends that the project steering committee ensures the technical service providers that will be engaged by the Minister of Water and Environment to manage component pre-implementation while engaging closely with district local governments, deliberately build up their technical capacity for project implementation. On sector strategies and policies, the committee recommends that the project steering committee engages in active policy dialogue at a high level and embeds the project's intervention within the broader reduced emissions from deforestation and forest degradation strategy of the country. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, and subject to the recommendations herein, the committee recommends approval of the proposal by government to borrow special drawing rights 57 million, equivalent to US $78.2 million from the International Development Association of the World Bank to finance the Uganda investing in forests and protected areas for climate smart development projects. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of the National Economy.
Right Honorable Speaker, I have a list of, I have a number of documents here which I would like to lay on table. The report of the committee, which I've just presented, minutes of the meetings, brief on to Parliament by the Minister of Finance, a letter from the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to the Head of Public Service seeking clearance, a letter from the Prime Minister to the Head of Cabinet Service on the loan request, the clearance by the National Planning Authority, a letter from the Minister of Water to the Minister of Finance on the subject matter, the Minister of Finance letter to His Excellency the President, and His Excellency the President's letter clearing the borrowing, the Cabinet memorandum, which was submitted on the loan request, the agreed means of negotiation between the Republic of Uganda and IDA, the World Bank project appraisal document, the draft amortization of the loan repayment schedule, the Uganda investing in forest and protected areas for climate smart development, environmental and social commitment plan, the environment and social commitment plan, Uganda investing in forests and protected areas for climate smart development, the regulatory impact assessment report for the project, the cabinet decision taken during the cabinet of 21st February, the project implementation manual, the project appraisal manual, manual for investing in the project. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Yes, Honorable Meto, Ogwal, Asamo, Abada Babiku, Kaveruka, and finally Mkitari.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I don't know whether to say I support this or not, but okay, let me say I'm not supporting it. For this reason, Madam Speaker, I would have loved that we are borrowing a loan to build on what we are doing well. But Madam Speaker, I want to give just 4 situations to show that in terms of environment management, we perform very poorly. If even the things within our means, we cannot manage well. Now, what about the loans when they eventually come? Number 1, the other day, was it yesterday, the Minister of State for Environment was here and was lamenting on how they arrested a lorry with the charcoal and things like that, knowing that there is this one situation where they have arrested, but there are very many others that have come through and already being sold here in Kampala. The second situation, Madam Speaker, we remember at some point my colleague, Honorable Nantaba, was fighting with people who are replacing trees with sugarcane. And now we are eventually going to be experts in protecting our trees. Number 3, Madam Speaker, we know all over, we are seeing situations where trucks and trucks of Maram is being ferried to fill wetlands for people to make various kinds of construction, whether their own houses or factories, and we are seeing that. And then, Madam Speaker, we know for sure that at some point government had this policy where they would parcel some land within government forest reserves for people to plant trees. But we even know that that was seriously mismanaged. And in some situations, people didn't even plant trees and they were doing other things. So, Madam Speaker, for these 4 situations which I've given as an example, I want to say I am not in for this loan. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Ogwal.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm becoming very suspicious about advisors of the cabinet. It looks as if the target is to find justification for a loan and is quickly brought to Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee has been very smart in trying to highlight the importance of improving the environment, the importance of improving on the forestry cover and also the wetlands. See, they have done it very, very well. But Right Honorable Speaker, when you talk about forestry cover or wetland, the challenges we have is across the country. It is across the country, and you recall, Right Honorable Speaker, when you hosted CPC in Uganda, one of the activities that was really appreciated by the delegates was exposing them to areas of our natural resources, like the rich rivers, freshwater rivers we have. I remember we took them to Ginger, planting of trees in order to improve the forestry cover, and climbing some hills in Uganda. So they appreciated. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, the problem of forestry cover is a national thing, and you declared after the conference, you declared that Uganda will be, Ugandan Parliament will be at the forefront in driving afforestation in Uganda. And I remember we discussed this matter. We even requested that in the budget to follow, we should have included a national-wide afforestation exercise led by respective MPs in their area. I remember this was agreed upon, and I offered, as the person who spearheaded the tree planting exercise during CPC, that we would start from Dokolo. And you all know that we have the traditional forestry in Agwata, historical. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, today, I'm so amused that, because the good thing is I'm not a tribalist, because I come from almost all over. Now, when you look at page 11, the justification for the choice of beneficiaries has not been given. I have seen here our home in Bunyoro. There is Hoima, there is Kiradongo, and that's what I can see. But I can also be associated with Kamwenge and Kibale. But then we have West Nile, Ajumani, Arua, Koboko, Yumbe, which is still part of my home. And then you come nearer to my mother's home or my father's home, we have Amoro and Lamour. Now, what about the rest of the country? Talk about the East, talk about the West, talk about the center, talk about Karamoja, which is actually severely suffering from drought. And we are talking about reforestation. Right, Honorable Speaker, we almost lost a member of parliament leading a protest to save Mabira Forest. We almost lost a member of parliament. Thank God she's still alive. And I hope she will commit her life to make sure she opposes any policy that encourages pollution in this country. Right, Honorable Speaker, this parliament some years back passed a law which was adopted by all East African countries to ban Kavera or polypropylene materials. Right, Honorable Speaker, I've seen it being implemented in almost all the East African countries. Uganda has failed to do it. Why? Because this economy seems to be driven by mafias. So if the mafia has got an industry producing polypropylene products, you cannot touch them because they call themselves untouchable. We have asked who are these mafias. I would be willing to go and sit down with them and we negotiate because really it's too much. These mafias, I'm sure, are producing their children, their grandchildren, whereas they are eating now, their grandchildren need to live a good life in the future. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to go the route of the colleague who spoke before me. This is a very good loan. We should have got it yesterday because we really need to focus on the environment. But until all these things are sorted out, until you make it a national agenda, until you get everybody all over Uganda sensitized and recognizing their responsibility, that we will only survive because we still have arable land.
if we can plant trees. And you know, the scientists say trees are the lungs of the earth. So we plant trees, we will have effectively dealt with pollution. So, Right Honorable Speaker, can we have a nationally balanced and strategic plan on afforestation and what do you call it, wetland management in the country? Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit and to, I don't want to say I completely reject, but we stay on this loan until all these matters are sorted out. It's a good loan, but it must be sorted out. Let it be a national driven activity, and the amount is big. And the amount is big. Now you are making me feel as if I'm a very greedy person. Most of the forestry will be done in my home area, in West Nile, in Acholi, and so on. What about the others? Don't you want Baganda to come and visit us? What about the people of Kagezi? What about the people of Karamoja, who are our neighbors? Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you. Honorable Asamo. Asamo, then Bala, Babiku, Kaveruka, then National Dialogue.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the intention of the loan is very good on the issues of climate change. And one will be tempted to say would support it. But I think I have similar reasons, because when I was looking at it, I saw it going to the refugee hosting districts. And I'm asking myself, in Uganda, the most bare area is Eastern Uganda. And I want to say, not because I come from there, I represent a national constituency, Madam Speaker, and I've moved in this country. You will see Eastern Uganda, we are already being threatened as a desert. Right from Karamoja, come to Teso, come up to Busoga. Even the Mabira is just on the road. It's no longer behind there. How I wish the loan could be restructured so that each region has something to benefit from this loan. Because the issue of climate change is affecting all of us. When you get the hot temperature in Eastern, you'll not really want even to stay in that community. Madam Speaker, the other issue is the sensitization of our people. Sometimes we put money to waste. The trees will be planted, but maintaining them will be a problem. And that will be the end of the story. You will find Ugandans taking their animals to grazing, those grazing areas. Maybe the minister can assure us how they are going to protect these forests so that the people don't use it. And moreover, you are going to deal with the refugees who are not citizens of Uganda. They are likely to attack the forest and use it for their own personal benefit. The other thing, Madam Speaker, counter funding. We get loans, but the government side is very slow in putting in the counter funding. And yet the loan will start earning interest. I did not hear from the report whether this commitment has been put in place. I want to believe that the chairperson or the minister assures us that the counter funding is already in place, or it is in the process in the next budget. Because we approve loans, then after 2 years you come back, government has not yet got the money. And I use this using the SAGE program where we are begging government to put counter funding. Up to date is not there. So we might get the money and then counter funding will be missing out. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, this would be a good direction to start looking at climate change, but I think we need to have it covering all the other areas. Strategically, where is it worse? And the worst part really is from Eastern Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Abala. Abala Babiku. Kaveruka. I've seen Babadiri at the back there. Then the team here. I've seen you. 3 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. I have been, I've read the report but the report is showing me a lot of issues. The first thing I want to say, Madam Speaker, this loan is a good one. But like my other colleagues have said, you cannot talk about the amount of money we are referring is over 70, 80 million dollars. That's the amount of money we are talking about. We are not talking about 10 million. It is over 70 something million dollars. Madam Speaker, I just want to say, you know, if we to look at the history, in 1990, 70% of Uganda's natural resource cover for the resources, natural forest cover was about 70% owned by individuals. But by 2017, it only reduced to a minimum of 30–80%. And the Ministry of Water and Environment was actually in existence in Uganda. At that time, they were watching. I don't know whether they're not taking punitive actions in addressing such problems. That's why you find that in the entire country, so many parts of Uganda is bare. For example, look at the eastern Uganda, where I come from. I come from Ora. The place is bare. As we talk now, the desert is actually visiting us any time now. The environment has been depleted, and it's dangerous to talk. But this loan here is not talk about such areas. That's why it is very, very serious, Madam Speaker. For me, like Mama Cecilia had said earlier on, that what we will do, we are not saying we are rejecting it. We shall only approve it on one condition: the entire country is covered. The entire country is covered altogether. Not saying we are selecting only some areas. Moreover, that is where most of the projects are. That's why for me, Madam Speaker, I want to say, for us to benefit as a country, for us as a people in East and Northeast, that is Karamoja, because that's a hot place in Uganda and some parts of the country. That's why, Madam Speaker, in my opinion, in terms of this loan, is a good loan. We are going to reap the benefit like employment. We are going to reap other benefits like GDP, whatever. We are going to reap all those benefits. But those benefits can only be seen properly if we are looking at Uganda as a country, not looking at the specific regions and sub-regions and leave others out. That element there, for me, David Abala, I may not support it. That's why for me, I want to add to say that this project, this loan, moreover, we are going to pay. It is not a gift. It is not a grant. It is a loan. Okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Honorable Barra for giving me. My Honorable Barra, I want to tell you that we borrowed some money, sometime to plant forest. And for me, the information I want to give, first they would have come to say, the earlier loan we got, we planted this area, and now this one is going to come to plant this area. And Kakunguru came in Eastern Uganda. He planted mugule trees without borrowing even a single shilling. How can a whole government like now go and borrow for purpose of trade? That's the information I want to give.
Yeah, thank you so much. That Kakugulu man planted trees in Ngora. And as we talk now, they are still there. They are still there. So that's my Madam Speaker. I want to appeal to government that include all other regions, such as all of us are on the same page. So as we talk, we shall be moving together as a country. I want to thank you so much. But for now, let's stay without approving this loan unless other regions are included. I thank you so much.
Now, Babiku, Kaweruka, Babadiri, Ibaria, Mitoma, Makmot.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to thank the committee for the report and the recommendations. I want also to thank the government for this request. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I come from a refugees hosting community. I have lived with the refugees for the whole of my life. Right Honorable Speaker, the destruction and reduction of the forest cover in our districts is so alarming. I visited Bidi. I was in Changwali 2 weeks ago. Right, Honorable Speaker, things are so bad. When the refugees come to our country, they start life by using the forest products for establishment of their homesteads and for other things. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee and government for prioritizing the refugees hosting communities. Right, Honorable Speaker, I've listened carefully to the requests made by my colleagues. I propose that the ministry also in its own mandate can prioritize, but we need affirmative action as refugees hosting districts. The situation is so horrible. It's so bare. I was there in Changwali 2 weeks ago. Therefore, I support the government request and also committee recommendations. Right, Honorable Speaker, as refugees hosting communities, we also need more government intervention in the mainstream activities of Ministry of Water and Environment. I pray that the Honorable Minister listens carefully to this as he's engaging in other micro meetings. I repeat, Honorable Minister, we need more affirmative action in protecting our environment and refugees hosting programs. Right, Honorable Speaker, I pray when it comes to implementation, the money that our country will get should be allocated fairly, because we have challenges when government gets money. The districts which are hosting fewer refugees normally get more money. Right, Honorable Speaker, we pray that this is looked into, and therefore I propose that the districts which are hosting more refugees should be given more money because the level of destruction is too high. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I also encourage that the Ministry of Water and Environment should liaise with our Ministry for Local Government. We need to have bylaws, right, Honorable Speaker. We are not doing enough as local governments, because if we have these bylaws, members may have change in mindset, and in our activities, especially agricultural activities, maintenance of our homes, we should be planting trees. Right, Honorable Speaker, I also propose that the minister should do more work. I trust our Honorable Minister, as stated earlier by our Honorable Member, Honorable Chichilia. You have your record set. I really propose that you remain exemplary to protect our reserves, forest and wildlife reserves with the Ministry of Tourism. That is the brand we have given to you, and we are watching you carefully. Right, Honorable Speaker, under Office of the Prime Minister, in the protection of the woodlots and establishment, there is a big cry from the communities. I pray that this is handled. We discussed this as West Nile in our last review meeting, and we raised this matter, especially in clearance of land and maintenance of woodlot under protection of the forest cover and opening of more forests. Right, Honorable Speaker, the laborers are lowly paid. A person works for 10 days and is only given 40,000. Right, Honorable Speaker, if you divide 40,000 by 10, it means each day you work for 3 to 4 hours and you are given 4,000. This has not gone well with our people, and it is affecting the project that is ongoing. Therefore, we request that this rate be increased. Right, Honorable Speaker, I also request under this project, individuals should be allowed to open woodlots, because what is now ongoing is a woodlot is given to a village
and therefore it limits the participation of individuals who will wish to open their own woodlots and they are incapacitated. Therefore, I request that individuals who are interested should also be brought on board. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity and I support this report 100%. Thank you so much.
Honorable Kaberuka? Kaberuka, then Babadiri, Kibaria, Kamateka, Makmot. New people have come. Is that Ozima? Ozima, Abbott, Noelin, Nyendoha, Mutare. Okay.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I stand here to support this loan request, which is actually argumenting the work you have tirelessly started and moved forward to implement yourself and this parliament. I think, Madam Speaker, the sector has looked into your efforts and really has seen that it is important to support the request and the thinking of this parliament to improve the forest cover and also promote tourism. Madam Speaker, I am happy when you say Uganda investing in forests and protected areas for climate smart development. This is very interesting, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, why I've picked interest is that the job creation that is highlighted in this program is immense. And I think, Madam Speaker, what I would say is that in implementation of this program, we need to restructure and include these people, especially women, Madam Speaker, who are around these national parks. We are talking of the roads in national parks. We are talking of improving tourism sites in the national parks, but Madam Speaker, the people around national parks are suffering. I happen to be a representative of Chichizi West, where I have two national parks, Bwindi and Queen Elizabeth. Madam Speaker, I'm happy when I see the fencing, electric fencing of these national parks. But the problem is there is not highlighting to what extent the fencing is going to go. Is it going to, is this loan going to face the whole of Chinchizi, for example, which is touching national park, that where the elephants have been eating the people's crops? Madam Speaker, what about these people who are killing lions? They are not killing lions because they wish. They are killing lions because they are suffering, they are poor. You can imagine, Madam Speaker, the person who killed the lion testified that he wanted to sell some fat for 40,000 shillings. Killing a lion for 40,000 shillings. What intervention are we putting in these places such that these people can leave poaching and concentrate on economic activities? I'm happy that you are putting tea projects to prevent famines. But Madam Speaker, along Queen Elizabeth, you cannot plant tea along those Queen Elizabeth areas. What other crops can we intervene? Can we put there such that these people can participate? Madam Speaker, also the report shows that the people around the national parks, especially Queen Elizabeth, are the poorest and they don't go to school. What intervention are we putting? I'm happy that this time it's a sector loan where we have water and environment and we have tourism. Can we also include such interventions where we can have the people around in these national parks access education, because mindset change, Madam Speaker, goes with the conscientization level. Conscientization level goes with the level of education. How do we bring these people on board such that they can live this primitive way of living. Madam Speaker, if those ones could be included and well implemented, if it is not hijacked by the mafias, this one is a good project, is a good loan we have had in this country. I stand to promote and support this loan, Madam Speaker.
Ona Badiri, then Ona Kibaria, this side. Amateka, Mahmoud, then Noeline, Osima, about
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this loan because it is very, very important. We know how degraded our environment is. But the challenge I've seen now is that this loan has come at a time when we've been borrowing again and again everywhere. It seems we are borrowed from all the banks. And people are really fatigued. You remember when we called another loan. So people are really fed up of borrowing. I don't know when we shall stop borrowing. I think it's too much. Let us try to raise our economy so that we stop borrowing. Otherwise, we shall sell our Uganda. Number two, environment is a very important issue. And we have been trying to protect. But the very people who are made to protect the environment are the very ones who are exploiting the environment. I can see in the Koboko, people who fell the big trees are the big people. People who carry the timber are the big people. But the women and the other people at home there, they just collect twigs or pieces of tree for making firewood. They are not very destructive. Now I'm wondering, when we get this loan, how shall we protect the loan, this forest? Where shall we get the angels to protect, to let us to respect the trees we are going to plant? So it's a very, very big challenge. I would like to know exactly how are you going to do it? Are you going to provide trees, tree plants? Are you going to organize maybe people to protect the trees? I think I need more clarification. We need a lot of sensitization to see that we respect the trees we planted. I've tried to encourage my people to plant trees. But when you plant the trees, by the dry season, all of them dry up. You begin afresh the following season. So our problem is water. So we need to be supported also to irrigate our plants when we plant them. Because during dry season, we don't get anything at all. We have a big, big challenge. And also we need to sensitize the people to keep the animals because they roam around and spoil all the trees. So we need, I don't know exactly how are we going to protect the trees. Now coming to the refugee hosting areas, today I'm very happy that at last Koboko came out. Very often, when you talk of refugee hosting areas, Koboko is left out. People used to sympathize with us refugee keeping people. You will find that they destroy everything. There are too many. The population is too high in a small place. They have left a lot of bare places there, which need to be forested. Madam Speaker, you find that when you have your children and you have little food to share, I think you can say, or you can hold on for a while, let us have for this area, then when I get more, I shall give for you later. I would like to urge those who are quarreling that this thing should be displayed evenly. This money is little. If we say let it go everywhere in Uganda, what impact will it create to the environment? So let us support this loan for Western, for the areas indicated, and yes, when the time comes, we shall also support. We should not say now, let us spread everywhere, or we should stop the loan. We need this loan, and we need to improve our environment. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kibaria. After Kibaria, we have Honorable Kamateka, Makmot, Noeline, Osima, Abbott Nyedoka. Then I come from Mutare.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I also join the colleagues in thanking the chair and supporting the loan, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I need to take it up from where Honorable Babadiri ended, where some colleagues are saying the loan should cover the whole country before it's supported. Right Honorable Speaker, if we develop a spirit that a loan can only cover the whole country before we support it, then we shall not pass any loan here. Right Honorable Speaker, here we supported a loan for REA to cover all the sub-counties in the country. I need to know one MP here to stand and say at least the power came to my sub-country. The moment the loan is amorphous, Right Honorable Speaker, then we don't achieve what we want. But in economics, something must be specific and measurable. So me, I don't come from the area where these trees are going to be planted. But I must only support it so that the next time when a loan in the same line comes, it must also have Busoga there. Right Honorable Speaker, everybody here knows that the effect of the sugarcane industry here removed the whole forest cover from Busoga. The issues of climate change and effect in Busoga is high. But if I also stand here and say unless Busoga is included, then something that will come when it's only touching Busoga, the rest who come from Western Nile will also not support because they will say this is only handling Busoga. Every area, Right Honorable Speaker, has its issues, has its problems. But in this area, this loan, according to the objectives, because these districts that are here are 30, Right Honorable Speaker. When 30 districts are covered, at least that is a mile moved somewhere. I'm waiting for an area when Busoga will be covered, when Eastern will be covered. But in the area, they told us that the project objectives here, Right Honorable Speaker, is to improve people's income, is to improve the management of protected areas. If I have somebody the other side, Right Honorable Speaker, if some of these people from these districts are also covered and happy, they will be in a position to add value to what we are doing in this country. The refugees that we are really suffering with, if they are protected and something is done for them, something will be clear. If the forest cover in Budongo, in Ajumani, where is handled, then we shall be happy that next time the forest cover that will be handled will be in my area. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I need to stand, and so I was sharing with the Minister of Finance here, Right Honorable Speaker. In my minutes, I want the Minister of Finance, because I asked him a question, and he was giving me information, and I want him to give information to all the MPs here, so that we share and we put him on the cross at the same time. Honorable Minister of Finance, 1 second, the information you wanted to give in the minutes that I have here. Yes, like.
Thank you very much, honorable colleague, for giving way. The information that we have shared with my colleague is that, one, this loan has a very high grant element, about 48%. It's all about 52%, which is loan. And secondly, also, to cater for the other areas, I was sharing with the Minister of Water and Environment that GOU will provide funding to cover those other areas using our normal budgeting process. So that's the information that I wanted to give you, Honorable.
Those areas. So, Right Honorable Speaker, this loan handles the SDG that is really where Uganda is supposed to address heavily. This loan has the people's income. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I urge the colleagues to support this loan, not to say the loan is not in Koboko, the loan is not in Mbale, the loan is not in Busoga or Kayunga. No, Kayunga's time will come and Mbale's time will come, and we shall be here to support. And I request you also to support when the Busoga issue comes here to plant trees that side. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
No, Kamateka.
Right Honorable Speaker, the Prime Minister is asking me to tell you that Rome was not built in one day. So their time will also come and Rome will be built.
I don't know who made my colleague spokesperson of the Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. I want to thank the Honorable Saida for submitting for the loan. But right, Honorable Speaker, in a situation where we are choking under the burden of loans, I think this loan is unnecessary. And I want to thank Honorable Babadiri for her submission. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have sat back as a government and let the environment be destroyed and let our forest cover be depleted. With the rainy seasons that we have, with the climate that we are endowed with, this loan is not necessary. I beg to submit, right, Honorable Speaker. All we need is the right policies with the right punitive measures and the right enforcement, serious enforcement of those policies, and the environment will restore itself. We need to chase away developers from our wetlands, right, Honorable Speaker. We are suffering unprecedented floods because of water channels being blocked by illegal and unplanned constructions. We need to chase away these people, and in a matter of months, our wetlands will restore themselves. We need to be serious, right, Honorable Speaker. Otherwise, even this loan, if we got it, will be wasted. We have seen unplanned distribution of tree seedlings to people who do not even have land, to people who are not ready to receive them, and the seedlings just dry up, plus even the coffee seedlings, and they are just wasted like that. Let us empower the police and the local governments to enforce tree planting, and we will achieve what we want without borrowing. Just as a colleague said about the late Kakunguru, how he went to the east and planted trees. If we are serious, we can achieve a lot. The refugees are not going away. So how sure are we that if we plant the trees that we will have purchased with the loan, that these trees will survive? We have seen people cut trees for firewood. They have depleted the forest because of wanting firewood. Are we giving alternative sources of power? And are these sources affordable? These are matters that should engage us. Let us concentrate on sensitizing our people about the need for preservation of the environment. Let them guide them. They have the seeds. They can do seedlings. And there are many who are ready to do the seedlings and benefit from this. All we need is that they are guided. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit that this loan at this material time is not necessary. Thank you. We can do so much without borrowing.
Mahmoud, then Noeline, Onzima, Abbott, Nyendoha.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. The Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to add my voice to those thanking the committee for this report. Madam Speaker, while I want to agree that the spirit of this loan is good, I want to also put in some reservations. I appreciate that this is in the right direction. But like other members have stated, Madam Speaker, when I remember here on the floor of Parliament, we brought up the issue of charcoal burning in Agago, and Akila Dilang had become the epicenter for charcoal burning. The environment degradation level was so high. The Minister of Environment made a statement here, and I remember you recommended that next time you should come with a plan for seedling. I was hoping, and I believe my people are hoping that when a time such as this comes up, Agago would be seen somewhere. Also, with Madam Speaker, when you look at the environmental, the people living around near the game park, the areas that are affected by war, I know that we live in an animal corridor. We often get animals from Kidepo Game Park destroying crop, killing people, among others, and who has an office in our area. I wonder why a place like that, which is bordering Kidepo, is not here and has for many times not appeared on a list like this one. Madam Speaker, having stated that too, I want to echo what I think my other colleague had stated earlier. The districts that are neighboring Karamoja, we have talked about cattle rustling, we have talked about the destruction, the semi-arid environment that is in Karamoja that extend to the neighboring areas. But in most cases, yes, we do something rightly in Karamoja, but we forget about the neighbor. Yet most of the times you find these people are being hosted in these neighboring areas. So I think this is also time for us. When I was speaking to the chairperson of the committee on the side, she was like, oh, this is a very small loan. Why don't we consider a bigger loan that, because how many times are going to keep having loans of a similar nature? Next time people are going to say, no, let's look at another area. So there are areas which are supposed to be covered here and they have been left out. I don't know whether because there's lack of knowledge. So Madam Speaker, I felt like this is something that the committee and maybe the minister of the relevant authorities need to put to considerations. These areas that I'm talking about are part of their neighboring the game park depot and is in the animal corridor. And this loan is intended for such areas. In addition, we have also that issue of the insecurity problem due to the cattle rustling and the movement of the nomads during dry season because of the environment. Why is that not reflected here? If there's need to review this, accommodate that, and then we can pass this. I also think that you cannot say that it should be all over the country before it is passed. But I think even if it's not over the country, like Sage, it could be a pilot, but it should considerably cover some of the areas that we are talking about. Thank you.
Honorable Noelin Benanzima, about Nyendoha, Kitale, Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to support this loan, and I want to thank the committee for processing the loan. Madam Speaker, considering the negative effects of climate change that we are experiencing as a country and globally, any strategy, any approach towards improving the environment, restoration of the environment, acting in a climate smart environment is something worth supporting, or an effort worth supporting. Madam Speaker, I happen to come from Kivale, and Greater Kivale, which covers the districts of Kagadi, Kakumiro, and Kivale. Madam Speaker, we have the biggest number maybe of central forest reserves that are in a very sorry state. The depletion rate is very high. And I'm looking at this loan as a measure to improve the restoration of these central forest reserves and these protected areas. However, Madam Speaker, we need to look at other strategies. Why are these forests getting depleted? Why are they encroached so much? When we look at one of the activities that have led to the depletion, charcoal burning, it is everywhere, like other colleagues have stated. What is government putting in place to reduce this? I would appreciate that alongside this loan, alongside this strategy, there is also a measure to bring alternative source of energy for the local people cooking. Gas, we have oil and gas in the country. What are we doing in that direction to ensure that as we restore the environment, they are not, the forests are not going to be encroached again with such depletion measures? And Madam Speaker, you have been calling upon the Minister of Environment in this House to put a robust campaign towards tree planting across the country. And this has not been forthcoming. I imagine that with this loan,
Honorable Minister, one of the things you're going to do is a robust campaign of tree planting across the country so that we are able to green the environment again. So I stand to support the loan with the hope that our central forest reserves in Greater Kibale, as I've seen in the report, will be restored. And Madam Speaker, maybe last one, as we try to restore, we also need to act smart, Honorable Minister, because up to now, I'm still bleeding that we have lost Bugoma Forest Reserve, Central Forest Reserve, a bit of it, and I have not seen the government put a spirited fight to save the destruction of Bugoma. So we need to have actions match the strategy that we are putting in place. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Nsima. Then a vote, then Nyendoha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to support the loan. Madam Speaker, my first point is about the usage of loan. Many times we borrow loan before we come up with a proper design of how we're going to use this loan. When you look at the design of some of these projects, much of the money goes to wastage. You find that some of the budget lines that take a lot of money involve issues to do with the equipment, training, capacity building, and the rest. The actual money that goes into on the ground for activity is very small. So, Madam Speaker, that issue must be looked into. And then two, members have been saying, why is the loan going to support tree planting in refugee areas? Other members, there's a lot of effect on the environment. The refugee effect on the environment is very great. Most of these refugees, the houses they construct are local buildings, which are constructed out of trees. So that has impact on cutting of the trees. That's one. Then two, there is no any other energy source apart from firewood. All these refugees cut trees for firewood. For example, in Yumbe, we have over 250 refugees. I was looking at the number in Ajuman, I think it is half the local population. So the impact is great. Sometimes when we stand on floor of parliament and say, no, I can't support this because it is not from my area, we should take time to look into some of these consequences. There was a time when Honorable Rukia Chekamondo was making effort to ensure that that road from Kapchora to Swam is tarmac. It never made sense to some people. But when some of us went and moved on that road, is when we said, no, we must all go for this. When Honorable Buvuma was making the effort to ensure that there must also be boat ambulances, it is until some of us witnessed a pregnant woman being transported on the water using a local boat that no, we really need to end this. So when we come here, we are elected by our various constituencies, all right. But then we constitute ourselves into national parliament of Uganda. And we should portray that nationalistic characteristic here, other than looking at our local constituencies. Madam Speaker, I want to talk about the issue of maintaining the existing forest. It's very unfortunate. I want to talk here as a witness. K National Forest Reserve is next to my home. In fact, from our home to K National Forest Reserve, there is no another home up to South Sudan border. But before 1992, when government didn't become effective to take over this forest, the forest existed without any problem. But when government came in the name of protecting this forest, is when the forest was degraded, cleared. Recently, when people were cutting this apizilla trees in the forest, we mobilized and arrested, made sure that these logs were offloaded at K sub-county. But unfortunately, the group of people who went to remove all this, we are supported and backed by the Environment Protection Unity Police. The gentleman who led that operation is somebody called It was called the Kasirabo. So the degradation of the forest is being backed by officials who are supposed to protect these forests. Right now, they are burning charcoal. Madam Speaker, if you had a chance to go to K National Forest, people are burning charcoal. When you go there, they will get guns. The forest, the charcoal being burnt there is exported to Kenya. The people who burn these forests are people who are supposed to protect the trees. So we cannot act in one way. We destroy what is existing, and then in another situation, we are saying we borrow money to plant them. That is paradox. So I think, Madam Speaker, Foreign Minister, you need to talk to your people. In one moment, they are giving licenses to somebody called so and so to go and split timbers. The other one goes to lay ambush to arrest the timbers. So these are things which are happening. They are real. These are not rumors, Madam Speaker. The officials who are in this sector offices, these forests have become their resources from where they earn money from. So I think it's good to support the loan to ensure that the forests are rehabilitated and more trees are planted. But then we should really show a sign of seriousness to ensure that we protect what is existing. Madam Speaker, I want to say here that the other week, the local people had mobilized. They wanted to demonstrate against the massive destruction of this forest. But authorities went in and said, no, if you do this, we shall arrest you. So I think that's where the problem comes from. There should be a kind of positive attitude shown by those who are supposed to protect these forests to ensure that they are protected. Then areas where we need to also put effort to plant more trees, I think that one can come in. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Abbott, Honorable Nyandoha, then Mukitale. Three minutes, please.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. When an issue of a loan comes, we all know it is going to be a burden on Ugandans. The intention of this loan is good. The mafias will kill the sanctity of the secret. And what I also know that the virus will eat its own good intention. Madam Speaker, the minister is here, and even before I came to this parliament, I was really admiring her when he was talking about the Mavira forest. And as my colleague has said, along the road there are trees, but behind there is nothing. We are borrowing, getting the loan, and the loan is going to do nothing apart from maybe benefiting some few people. What is lacking? You go to the districts, you go to the sub-counties, there are seedlings, there are trees. Ugandans should be, first of all, sensitized. Madam Speaker, when we went to Kenya the other time with my colleagues, and we were seeing so many trees planted by people. And we were trying to ask them. They said, one, the president of this country said, cut one tree, plant 2 or 10. And number 2, making Kenya green, the government made sure that families, out of the families, they would take seedlings, and then one member of the family was paid to plant the trees, and you see that the whole country is green. But here, we are asking for this loan, but I'm very sure nothing will take place. Just as my colleagues have said, you go to the waters now, you are seeing boats and boats being escorted, taking charcoal to Kenya. Then, with the guns. Now, if we are destroying our own environment, then we want to borrow Why can't we, first of all, stop the people who are destroying the environment, who are untouchables to this country? Should the minister give us assurance, first of all, what has gone wrong with the ministry to protect the mafias? He knows them, and everybody knows them. Information.
Thank you, honorable colleague, for giving. Right, honorable Speaker, thank you. I'm a member of the committee, and I just wanted to supply the House with this information with a particular reference to a forest reserve called Laura, found in Madiokolo district, formerly part of Arua. Madam Speaker, in this forest reserve, NFA has permitted people to cut down all the natural tree cover that was in that forest reserve. And they're replacing it with artificial tree species, some of which have failed due to rampant fires that are lit during dry season, Madam Speaker. And that has partly affected the weather pattern in Arua and environs. So as we look through or look for resources to replant, National Forest Authority and Ministry of Water and Environment need to put their house to order. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, it's like washing a clean cloth and spreading it to dry in the mud. I thank you, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Information. Thank you for giving it. Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues. I can agree with Honorable colleagues. There is already a program in northern Uganda called Plenary. It has a tree planting component, and it is in billions. Right, Honorable Speaker, I know my chairman has come to you. We visited 3 districts, but out of the 3, we managed to see only 4 trees. Only 1, 2, 3, 4. But the project component is in millions. And I'm sure we have directed our chair that we should go back. Otherwise, there are so many projects where money is injected and there's nothing really that is taking place. Thank you very much. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, I would only say that, first of all, I thank the committee, but we are suspicious. We are suspicious because whatever is brought in this country benefits very few people. I would want the minister, if he's really very sincere to this country, maybe 1 week or the other, to come and give the status. Who are these people who are untouchables, who are destroying the environment, the wetlands, and they cannot be touched? Because suppose when you talk about them, sometimes you become a victim of circumstance. Madam Speaker, thank you very much for the time given.
Okay, Honorable Nyandoha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity you've given me to raise these other issues. I want to thank also the committee for the endeavor of coming across some of these things as the request for this loan for climate smart development project. Madam Speaker, as we discuss the issue of this loan, we need assurance from the ministry that actually they're interested in restoring the forest cover in this country. Where am I saying this? It is common knowledge to all Ugandans that this country was interested in the forest cover and they put in place National Forest Authority. The bigger question is, If we already have existing forests, for how far have we gone to protect them? The question in point is Budongo Forest, Bugoma Forest, which has been cut for sugarcane planting. What is our interest as government as we go ahead to appropriate funds to restore forest cover in this country? As we support this loan, Madam Speaker, I think we need to have some amendments if it has to benefit this country. The reason being that when you look at the project components that have been given by the committee, improvement management of protected areas, increased revenues and jobs from forest and wildlife protected areas, and then number 3, project management and monitoring. We need to be assured that actually the project components that are being mentioned here have been given real attention and that government is going to go in place to make sure that this is done. We should be aware that some of these protected areas are shared between districts. A case in point, when you talk of Budongo Forest is shared, Masindi and Bulisa. When you talk of Bugungu Wildlife Reserve, it is shared by other districts. When you talk Makshon Forest Conservation Area, it is shared by more than one district. So I would request and implore the ministry and the committee that they handle the entire Upper Nile, Upper Albertine region, and then the entire Upper Nile, if we have to ensure that this project registers success in whatever we are doing. Madam Speaker, we are also aware that we have forest reserves in this country which not even bear a single tree. A case in point is Masego Forest. It is just in name, but there's no single forest. And yet, some of these places really are completely bare. I want to implore the Minister of Environment to interest herself in finding out why do we have to refer to a place as a forest reserve and there's no single forest. And yet, when we are tackling some of these things, they have not been included as some of the areas where this project is going to benefit. I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, but requesting that we go ahead and restructure this loan and make amendments for the benefit of the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker and the Chairman, National Economy. Honorable Speaker, just for institution memory, you remember I was Chairman, National Economy, who processed more than 13 major roads without Bunyoro getting any. But I want to assure you, in the last 2 years, we have been the most rewarded. So I cannot speak as if I'm a local village leader. I will therefore appeal to members that we always have a national outlook. But what do we do in 2010 for us to be patiently waiting for other roads? We put a tradition here as a Committee of National Economy that the minister, while presenting a loan request of Nyakaitaiva and the road, there was Vuro Raba, there was Bulatiak, there was a national character. So what I would like to request the ministry, I know there are other interventions in other regions, and there are others which are pending. Minister, Honorable Right Honorable Speaker, why do I say this? Because this project is like 8 years, 10 years late. Madam Speaker, when you helped me process the motion for the Tree Planting Act, the policy is there 2001. The Tree Planting Act 2003, thanks to 7th Parliament. But when we're trying to operationalize it, is when we're assured that there is money, there is a project which has a integrated water resource management, wetland component, tree planting component. By the way, what I see has disappeared is the water for production component. So that's what we're assured. There is the Kyoga zone, the Victoria zone, the Karamoja zone, all these zones were there. Can I request the ministry to give us that map, which gives all these regions? Because I remember this project when it was being conceived. I was to go to the ministry. By the way, it was a time of farm income enhancement, which was being fought by both agriculture and water. There was a hegemony who should be in charge. I don't know why it has laid this far. So let me request that this project should be rolled out. I even don't know where the escarpment of the Lake Albert, both the Viso of Budongo and the Lake Albert, the delta connecting Acholi, West Nile, and Bulisa has disappeared. It was in this project. So I would like to request that in the next project, we roll out to these other areas, because as you are aware, before we produce the oil and the liquefied petroleum gas, which is an alternative for this pressure, we need enough trees in that area to be able to help us before the oil production starts in this area. But Honorable Speaker, also, Minister of Finance has been mean with information. You read, just a moment, just one information to the House. Always when we read loan reports, the Speaker requests the Minister of Finance on the motion. What is on that motion? The Minister has finally given information to Honorable Maimuzukulu about the loan terms. Loan terms and conditions should be owned by the Minister. And there is a brief to Parliament, so that when members are looking at the committee report, you have owned the terms and conditions, you have because there is a grant component. There is a grant component which members had not been brought to attention. There could be technical support, and this is where some of these questions could be solved. So the terms and conditions, the feasibility study, and the brief to cabinet brief to Parliament is a requirement, and I think should also be up. I thought I'd given to.
Chair.
Okay, I will take this natural resource and canon.
Chair of the thanks very much, Honorable Mokitare. The information I like to give is that this is not an ordinary loan, actually. It is International Development Association supporting the Uganda government. And it involves strong eligibility criteria. It's specifically for countries that are poor, that actually are eligible for this support. Of course, there is that element of refugee hosts. But also, the grant component has somehow been downplayed. It's 61% grant component. Now, the way we've been discussing it, actually, it's like a 5% loan. So that's the information I wanted to give, Honorable Muktar, and thanks very much for giving me.
Canon, please, as I conclude.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Mchitari. Honorable Mchitari, you have said that before the oil comes out, we need forest cover restored in that place. I thought that the forest cover, the agreements for the contracts for extraction of oil come with a component for restoration of the area that would have been destroyed. So do we need a loan to cover this kind of activity? I need clarification in that. Otherwise, what the Honorable has just said, I think helps in processing the loan, knowing that it is largely a grant, but that is the information that should have come out. At what rate are we borrowing? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair. Both information is very important because I saw the grant element had really been underplayed, and yet it's very important. And also, in the days when we are having too much commercial loans, sometimes borrowing domestically at very high rate, you cannot resist an idea multilateral concessional loan, because that is the way to go, and we have been there yesterday. But I want to thank Canon for change of heart. When you first came here, you were condemning tree planting for regeneration. Now, when I followed up those who passed the Tree Planting Act 2003, they actually were informed by technical information. Because of population explosion and pressure on biofuel, we can no longer wait for regeneration. So tree planting has become a mix, a required mix to make sure that you provide the biofuel as you wait for alternative ways of providing that much needed biofuel. But finally, Right Honorable Speaker, let me request the 2003 Tree Planting Act. my motion, which they told me was going to be implemented. You have on your own planted trees in Karamoja. Cecilio Gwala said you planted in our constituency. Why does it wait for the speaker to go in some areas? And yet, this would have been a priority in the national budget, in NDP3. We have done the two. And if we don't do that, I can see we have a very big problem. Otherwise, for us in the Albertine region, we are looking to be put on the rollout, whereby the whole country can benefit. I thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, as I invite Honorable Olanya, arising from this debate, I'm seeing that even the report on loan performance is incomplete. It's talked about percentages, but I don't know whether it's percentages in the Kampala or it is in Kitgum. I think that if the chair of national economy does not mind, I think in the future, we should have a report on the coverage. Where is the 7% in Uganda? We should know, because now members are talking about loans we have passed. Here you say 70% dispersed, 3% dispersed, but where exactly are they? I think it's now important that we know where these loans have worked. Like a member saying there are 4 trees in one, yet to pass the loan here.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to thank Madam Chair for this very important motion. Madam Chair, environment degradation is real, especially in the northern part of Uganda, more so specifically in the 8 districts within the Acholi sub-region. Right Honourable Speaker, currently, if you see trucks carrying charcoal from the north, you wonder. I remember in the last parliament, we debated this very seriously. As a country, we accepted one of the factories in Jinja that uses charcoal for the steel industry. Right, our Speaker, the best we should do as a country, we should think of stopping those ones who are degrading our environment. We should really tell those who are owning such kind of industries to change into electricity. Because if we continue encouraging, it means it will be very difficult to stop charcoal burning, sales of firewood, and destruction of the environment. Right, Honourable Speaker, this loan is quite timely. It's very important to plant trees. And my appeal is, when the project is going to be implemented, let it go through the district local government for proper implementation. We are fond of getting money. After getting money, we recruit a new project coordinator, a new project controller. At the end, the money will disappear. Let us go through the district local government. Let the district local government liaise with the sub-county leadership, and we make sure people plant trees. Right, Honourable Speaker, if we don't plant trees, in some years to come, we shall get it rough. For example, my district borders South Sudan, and during dry season in Acholi sub-region, you will feel the real heat. You will feel that desert is moving towards Uganda because most of the trees are being destroyed. Right, Honourable Speaker, let us get the way of stopping the destruction, those who are destroying our trees. And finally, Right, Honourable Speaker, I remember last year and some few months ago, the security personnel tried to stop those who are burning charcoal. They tried to stop those who are burning charcoals within a Acholi sub-region. Right, Honourable Speaker, we had a very serious scenario. And those who are burning charcoals, they move with escorts. Other police officers are the one guarding them. They escort them up to Kampala. They sell their charcoal. They go back again in Acholi. They continue destroying our trees. Honourable Minister, let us take this very seriously. Let us stop those ones who are destroying our trees. We know them. You also know them. But the only thing is they are well connected, they are coordinating with the higher people in the higher authority, and they become so untouchable. Let us really stop that impunity in our government. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on onset, I want to state that for the first time, I don't think we shall commit a crime if we don't pass this law. And Madam Speaker, you are aware of these shops where you go, buy one and get one free. It means the whole cost of the two is embedded in one. When a colleague comes here and says, because the loan has a grant element, it is good. These grants have a cost. And if they have a cost, why should you waste it where it is not needed? We are not saying cutting trees is wrong. We should cut trees when knowing very well that we're not destroying the whole environment, because as you cut, there must be a process of regeneration so that the tree cover continues to exist. Madam Speaker, today you have passed a total of 1.4 trillion. Today, I don't know what you are doing to this country. If we are really serious to this country, I don't think we should really burden our people, including ourselves, because we have the authority to pass loans, to pass this loan in this format. Tree planting in the whole world, governments plant trees themselves. For example, in China, at the end of every month, everybody is supposed to plant 6 trees. China, which was initially having climate problems, is now green. And this is what the RDC is, this is what the MP is, this is what you, Madam Speaker, you would be directing, that from now on every end of Saturday, we plant trees instead of coming here to borrow money for trees. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, we have borrowed a lot of money. We're having these debts on the balance sheet, on a piece of paper, but many of them are not being utilized because of people wanting this money for themselves. Having analyzed projects, we discover a lot of money in projects, non-performing, and yet we're paying interest and a commitment fee. Madam Speaker, it would be fair for this country that we give examples. We borrowed money here for trees. I think my brother Makitara was the chair. If not, we borrowed. He has come here to say we should borrow more for trees, instead of saying that what we borrowed never performed. We borrowed $48 million during your time. Give. As you come to give.
Thank you so much, Senior Nandala. It is true that the government of Uganda from the European Union did get a grant for solar project. And it introduced a very good culture. I don't want to go into the land grabs and the challenges in the land, but I must admit the project for tree planting at that debate, after you passed that very good tree planting act, was, do we regenerate, allow trees to grow? The Mavira debate, or do we plant because of pressure? It is true, we went as a Committee of Natural Resources in 2007-8 to look at the piloting of the solar project by the European Union. It was indeed renewed and the money was given, and the trees you see in most of these areas are a product of that. I don't think it was a bad project, that was not a beneficial, but it reintroduced the Kakungulu culture, but this time with a refund, I think of 60%, if I still remember, but it was not a loan approved by Parliament. And we are saying, if it is possible for the protection of the ecological zones, because you need to understand the background. They are different, I think, 12 ecological zones. This country. I thank you.
Madam Speaker, I think the chairman has his institutional memory. He doesn't remember very well. There was a grant from European Union and there was borrowing of money from African Development Bank. If you recall, I think I think you have bad memory. And I will show you tomorrow if you can do it. Madam Speaker, that money was borrowed. There was a project called, I think, after AMP 1, AMP 2, it was where the money was put. And I can tell it was a loan. The grant was there, which was underwater, but there was also a loan. So your memory doesn't serve you correct. Madam Speaker, the trees we planted, if it is true, would now be having seeds for the future. So that means anytime we need to get planted trees, does it need we must go and borrow? What happened to the seeds which we are meant to have generated as a result of that European loan, African Development Bank loan, and the grant? Because there was something to be generating seedling, coffee seedling, other tree seed, you call them tree seedlings, like so that they can be able to be planted everywhere, whenever the model was supposed to be every sub-county. So you are coming here and say we need to borrow more. I don't know what happened there. So you should have done evaluation. Madam Speaker, today I learned a lot of things. One, the reason why people are cutting trees is for purpose of power, charcoal and firewood, most of it. We know those ones who are bringing here to sell because we need to buy charcoal. Why would Mkitare, Madam Speaker, why would Mkitare buy charcoal? Because electricity is very expensive. If electricity was cheap, there would be no need to rear the data in your kitchen with what? Charcoal and a gas. Now, the reason is this. We in Parliament have allowed an elephant or a lion called ERA. Every now it is increasing rates. As we speak now, it has doubled the rates for power rates. Now, as you double the power rates, people leave electricity, they go for charcoal. Madam Speaker, you are aware of REA. They were supposed to construct power lines in the villages. You can go in a village, you see a power line passing, but no villager can afford to put that power in his house. Did you bring them for a show or whatever? New connections are supposed to be missing. Okay, sir, you give me, I'm ready to receive it.
Thank you, Honorable Nandala, for giving away. Madam Speaker and the honorable colleagues, the information I want to supply to my colleagues that while we even passed a loan, actually many loans, Tibeya, that's Exim Bank, then Islamic Development Bank, there was a component of free connection. Apparently it has disappeared. And the people are start struggling to connect themselves when we passed the loan for any company doing that connection should also connect the homes. But now they have abandoned that element, and now it is upon a person to pay money upon to be connected. Two, another element that was given in it was a condition in the loan was that at least once a transformer, where the transformer is, there should be 1 kilometer radius. It has been abandoned. So what you are saying is true. We need to go back to drawing board and at least know where are we investing? Are we recouping back to our people? What is the intention? I salute you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Honorable Madam Speaker, is my neighbor, is a Muko. He is Amran, and he has given me a chance to give information, and that is delightful. Madam Speaker, if you come to my constituency, REA did a good job, and people were given a pulse for electricity. The wires are there. To date, after like a year plus, there is no single connection. So the so-called free connection policy, I don't know where it is squatting. Madam Speaker, we have a problem. Now, before I even sit down, after giving this valuable information, I want to inform you, Madam Speaker, that even for women, when they are going to, if for instance, the woman has conceived, and before the 9 months for delivery, doctors discover that there is danger, that this womb is likely to kill the mother. there's a chance for abortion. We need to abort this loan. I think there's a problem. The loan needs to be aborted. Otherwise, it can kill a mother. Thank you.
So, Madam Speaker, what was raising here, even if you approve this loan, because the population growth is increasing, the demand for power is increasing. Even this one, they will cut them when they are still young. Yes, because they will say, I need fire, I'll cut it. So, Madam Speaker, we must address the issue. One, is the minister incapable to manage the mafia? She can't. We parliament, have we failed? I had my colleague here, Oranya, crying that they are big shots. Who is a big shot? Who cannot be shot? Eh? Who is that big shot who cannot be shot? Madam Speaker, who is this one who is allowing Chako to move, trees to be cut, highly connected, that we cannot disconnect him or her? Madam Speaker, if we don't do it, it will continue. Yesterday I heard you speaking. Madam Minister, bring one big fish here and I say you have charged the big fish. Can she? It is we parliament to get up and say we want to charge a big fish. If we don't do, Madam Speaker, we're going to borrow money. The big fish is.
No, we need to conclude.
Right, Honorable Speaker, why I've kept quiet throughout to this debate that now I'm giving honorable member information is that members must know before this government came to power, we had enough forests in this country. And they used it very well to fight a bush war. After the war, go along Michina Road, all these bushes were cleared. Some other people would copy the same behavior and maybe attack government. So as you think of planting, the people don't like forests at all because they know how they can get power through being in the bush for a long time and capture power. And the Wachiga here can bear witness with me. Right, Honorable Speaker, there are many Wachiga planting trees to cut pine and others. They have got money from Western world without loans. They are giving them funds, planting it without any money. So that's the information I want to give you, that the trees here are not so much loved until the regime changes, because they went through a bush to get capture power. So be very careful. Even Mabina was being demolished recently because of the same fear.
Madam Speaker, you can see it is becoming interesting. Another big fish is there.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm not the big fish here. Right, Honorable, I'm a victim actually. Right, Honorable, I know that the Minister for Finance knows that Parliament is agitated with loan approvals. And he has learned a way of packaging for Parliament to approve easily, because he knows when he brings a loan touching environmental protection and restoration of our protected areas that are in bad state, he knows that people will support. But to add my voice to Honorable Nandala's issue, this is money that is going to be thrown to the dogs again, because the loan is packaged, the will is good, but you can't see results when some forests are already registered in the names of the big fish. We already have forests that are already taken. Some are just waiting. NFA allows deforestation, and once a full forest is depleted, the land grabbers move in. And when NFA runs to court, it is always a game between the big fish and NFA. They pretend as if they are running to court to protect the forest. And the judge moves to the ground when there are no trees. And he says, I didn't find a tree here. And I bought this land from the district land board. So it is a game. The forests are already titled in the names of private individuals, that even if you approve loans, they are wasting time. Kayunga's 3 forests, 2 are gone. Even the one left is about to be taken because someone has moved in, planting sugarcane. Even the rest, the one remaining is about to go. I won't come back here to present the same issue because Parliament has become so powerless that it can't even protect what it has gazetted. Yes. So, Madam Speaker, I wish the minister could present titles of forests he's intending to protect using this loan, such that we know how many kilometers of barbed wires how many kilometers we will need to fence around these protected areas. Because it's a blanket thing. We are going to protect these forests. If we are going to protect them, how? What are the detailed activities under this loan? We were just talking about recovering of wetlands. Wetlands are now sugarcane plantations. So what are you going to do with those sugarcane plantations in those wetlands? You are talking of sustainable management of forest reserves. You are talking of a collaboration between the local communities, NFA and Ministry of Finance and Water and Environment as well. Both ministries are going to be involved. But what are they going to do? What are the activities? What are the activities? Right, Honorable, I'm not in support of this loan. We are just becoming a rubber stamp. We are just approving loans for people to eat money. But the truth is the forests are going, they are registered in private individuals, and those private individuals will not allow you to use the money on land they have already acquired. Some, like Bugoma Forest, is already on the way. Someone is holding on to some papers. Very soon they will show them and they will take that forest, as others have gone. So, Right Honorable, what is the use of us approving loans when what we are intending to protect is already threatened?
Madam Speaker, I want to conclude like this, that one, from what Honorable Nataba, just 1 minute, from what Honorable Nataba has raised, what are we going to protect? Where is the area we're going to plant? I want to state today that as soon as you pass this law, if you do, they are going to sit down and change the design of the project. And when they change the design, they never come to the house here. I would propose that for the first time in this year, this loan be rejected in totality and say we have overborrowed for this financial year. Let us wait for the next financial year. I thank you.
Something? Honorable Jedway, you want to say something? Honorable Songa?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and the honorable members for raising your concerns. I have listened carefully to all of you. I have looked at the map of the proposed project area. I think technically speaking, I want to pray that we pass this loan. Why? Because the project area is a very important watershed, and we cannot just sit and say now because the environment is being degraded, we can do nothing. Let us give it a benefit of doubt, but let us pass this loan with amendments. Because when I look at the project area, and if we are really interested in sustainable management of forests and the protection of the watershed, then, and it has covered part of the Albertine, the districts of Hoima, Bueju, and so on, but it has also gone to the Upper Nile. So why do we leave districts like Bulisa, Masindi, Nuoya, Pakwach, Nebi, and Zombo, and Maracha? I think the Upper Nile should be included so that we can address that watershed in totality, because we don't want to come back and say we are borrowing money to plant trees in Maracha, which is a very small district, but with high environmental degradation. This is my prayer. The second prayer is this project should be able to give alternative income or alternative livelihoods for the adjacent population in this area. Because they are going for charcoal because they don't have alternative. Let us give them alternative income generating activities that can make charcoal burning not profitable. I pray. Thank you very much.
Now, honour members, I just have one question. I see here Bugoma Central Forest Reserve, which has been cut down to plant sugarcane. Are we borrowing money for Bugoma? I see Budongo Central Forest Reserve, which has equally been depleted by, again, sugarcane farmers. So I don't know, are we, for whom are we borrowing?
As the minister is coming, maybe she can give us explanation. Can the minister clarify, because he comes from Acholi, there is Abera forest in Acholi, which used to be really well entrenched, and I thought that that would help us a lot as an umbrella for that particular area, and also Aguara Forest Reserve in Dokolo, and I believe there are quite a number across the country. Can you tell us who are the people depleting? Because you cannot be a minister and you don't know the destroyers of those, because you want us to plant, but then you must also know those who are destroying. So can you clarify so that we know how we can support you? And Right Honorable Speaker, I may not have another opportunity. My prayer, because this loan is so important, I'm so passionate about environment. I was wondering whether we could agree, not really to reject it completely, but stay this loan until the government comes back with specific definition of the direction we are taking the loan. Then we can probably decide to either reject or approve. But for now, Right Honorable Speaker, my prayer is that we just stay the loan. Of course, the minister can tell us anything he wants to tell us. But among the things he's going to tell us is to tell us who is that one destroying the forestry in your own home area. We want to know.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, for the issues you have raised. I do understand the concerns. One, concerning the many loans as a country that we are passing, and probably this one got us when we are a bit fatigued. I do also appreciate, honorable colleagues, about the desire to protect the environment, and yet we see the contrary happening in most of the parts of this country. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the chairperson of the committee and the committee members for having processed this loan. Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, this is a very important loan. I know it is coming at a time when we have mixed feeling, but if we soberly looked into details of this loan, this is a loan, honorable colleagues, I would really beg that we allow it to pass. Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, yes, things have gone wrong. Are we saying as leaders of this country that we shall let it go? And more so the environment, which is a pillar of development in this country. Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, your concerns are all passionate to all of us, and that shows how we want things to be done right. How can we turn this situation around if we don't allocate funds to that effect? Right, honorable Speaker, I've been on the floor of this parliament passionately saying that even the ministry is underfunded. Most of the activities couldn't be implemented because we don't have the funds available. And this is the only way we can really be given such a loan, such amount of money, and the parliament task us to produce results. For example, Right Honorable Speaker, Madam Speaker, order.
The point of order.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have seen the minister in charge of environment about to cry. And it is very bad for us to see a woman crying when we gave her a ministry to look after and a mother. And her cry is that we have underfunded the ministry. Now she wants to borrow money in the name of a forest so that she goes and funds her ministry. So to be paid maybe fuel for her car or what, field work. So, Madam Speaker, the Parliament of Uganda is well designed in such a way that it will always approve budgets according to the request the ministries have presented. And it allocates them according to priority, which one's the best going downwards. When the money gets finished, the 9 ones which are unfunded are not important immediately. So, Madam Speaker, is the Minister of Environment in order to come and cry that now she wants money in a project so that in a loan through a project so that she runs the ministry, yet we as a parliament have appropriated and we are going to appropriate money for the ministry directly according to their needs. Is she in order?
Honourable member, she's just very keen on delivering the trees for this country.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for your wise ruling. I'm even surprised that an uncle can stand up and allude that a point advanced passionately means crying. However, you are entitled to your opinion, Right Honourable colleague. All right, Honourable Speaker, I'm very passionate about this. This loan is entailing 2 ministries, and it is touching fundamental sources of revenue. What the members are perceiving is that the loan is specifically or purely for tree plantings. We have other components which I would employ the colleagues to look into. We are going to create jobs. We are going to fence off electoral fencing so that our animals, which Honorable Olanya had also alluded and other colleagues, is spilling out of their cages and coming and to destroy the environment. The homesteads. We are already alluding to this loan to ensure that those who are living around the protected areas have a source of livelihood. It is all embedded here, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it would also be wrong to sound as a national leader that we are going to have a loan which is cutting across everything, all the parts of the country. But I also want to comfort you that that fear also we have in this loan. The area of tree planting is across the country. Leave alone those which are specific for the refugee hosting districts. My honorable colleague, through you, Right Honorable Speaker, I would really implore you that you have a change of mind. Look at this loan as a starting point to correct what has gone wrong. We cannot refuse to go to sleep because we are going to dream badly. Because we need this loan to put a few things starting. Yes, please.
Thank you, Right Honorable, and the Honorable Minister for giving way. The information I would like to give to you, and indeed to the House, is the fact that we are looking at the loan as if it only has one component of tree planting. But a critical look at the report will disclose that in addition to planting, we have electric fencing of the national parks. We have the forestry stations. We have boundary opening of forestry reserves that will sort out the issue of the cries that the forest reserves are being taken away. It also involves It also resolve remote sensing and tracking equipment. We have the loan looks at re-equipping Nyabyeya Forestry College. So it will train more people and equip them with technical knowledge on how to go about with forestry and indeed the environment. And the other most important thing, the information I want to give the Honorable Minister, is that out of the total loan amount, 60 million is a grant. A very small portion is what is being, coming in as a loan. So that's the information I wanted to give to you, the Honorable Minister, and indeed to
Thank you, Honorable
members.
colleagues. Thank you, Honorable colleagues. Right, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, we need to conclude. We're in Ramadan, we need to conclude.
Very useful information, Honorable Minister. You know, I was your ally in the Committee of Natural Resources when we were fighting this battle, when you were still a backbencher. Right, Honorable Speaker, the information I want to give this House, read the Tree Planting Act 2003. These watersheds do exist, the lake shores do exist, the river banks do exist. For me, in the Rift Valley, these areas do exist. However, the point raised by Honorable Nantab and others, which is valid, a lot of them have been grabbed. So the amendment I want to make is that as we roll out this project, can the minister make a commitment that all those titles, it was discussed here in the East Parliament, all those titles fraudulently acquired on those are cancelled and revoked. Because those in the wet, yes, because some of us on the lake shores, the nature has claimed the back of the lake shores. So the lake shores, the river banks, the tree planting, I was not yet, but I took time to read that act. It's very good, and it's what we are trying to personalize, unfortunately, in piecemeals. So information I'm giving, commit that you will revoke those titles.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. You are quite aware that the process of cancelling titles in wetlands, in forests, is in the process, and that is ongoing. And I want to commit myself on behalf of my government that that process with the enforcement of the letter from His Excellency to implement this, that we are going to cancel those titles in the wrong places. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, you are aware that the land which is being said to be bare, that is the government land, that is the National Forest Authority. Madam Speaker, can I conclude on this?
A clarification from you, Honorable. You've talked about the process of cancelling titles, illegal acquired or acquired otherwise in wetlands and forest reserves. Is it possible for you to give us the details of ownership of titles in respect of the areas affected by this loan, for us to know whether the loan we are going to give you is affected by a prior ownership of the title by different persons altogether?
Madam Speaker, we are talking about government. In this project, we don't have areas owned by individuals. The only area, the cooperation in this loan, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the component of planting the woodlot on the private land is part of the component where the owners of their land who are going to get engaged in planting those trees are going to be funded through this arrangement.
Madam Speaker.
But Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to conclude.
Madam Speaker, you did ask a question.
Right.
And now the minister here is saying there is no forest which is owned individually. Madam Speaker, you asked about Bugoma forest, and that's the forest where individuals have titles. Honorable Nantaba here, issues of the issue in Kayuga, where people have got titles in the forest.
Madam Speaker, I'm just coming to your question, as has been said by Honorable Okupa. Right Honorable Speaker, you are quite aware that areas like Bugoma, forest is one of those cases which are in court, including where Honorable Nantaba had already alluded to. This House directed me to go and visit some of these things. And we came back and reported, Right Honorable Speaker, that as much as the mafia, so-called, had taken over part of the land, we are engaging with them in courts of law. And once issues are before the courts of law, then we must allow the process to go. We cannot proceed with that. So on Bugoma, Right Honorable Speaker, and other similar forests, as a ministry, as a government, we are taking the legal way to redeem it back, including the titles. And I want to make this correction for the handset. I did not say that we don't have areas where titles have been claimed. I'm saying where we're implementing in this project, none of those areas are under some arrangements which we know that you needed us to bring in here. But Right Honorable Speaker, just allow me to go on to this. The members are asking, do you know these people and how are you going to deal with it? With those who are degrading the environment. Right Honorable Speaker, administratively, let me start with this. There was a submission by Honorable colleague on KE Forest where my staff have been implicated in too, and he mentioned one of the officers. I want to inform this House that the said officer, because of similar engagement, has been recalled. We have written, I personally wrote to their ministry to recall him and deploy him elsewhere. This is administrative and it is happening within my ministry, Right Honorable Speaker. And the same with the officials who are NFA. Whoever has that evidence and we get hold of them, we are taking administrative measures. We are not really handling them with gloves hands for that matter. So we are dealing with those ones. Right Honorable Speaker, I have the minister here has something, the Minister of Finance. Honorable Jedra, let's hear from the minister.
Thank you very much, honorable colleague, for giving way. Right Honorable Speaker, as Minister of Finance, we took a long time to negotiate this loan with IDA. And one of the reasons why they were able to advance this loan to us was because we needed to cater for certain elements in the project. And one of the elements that has not been highlighted here is the fact that we are also going to develop tourism in the national parks, in addition to fencing them. As all of you know, tourism, until recently, because of COVID, it was the top foreign exchange earner in this country. Way above agriculture, way above other sectors. And so this project here is going to go a long way in trying to develop our tourism sector in this country. And remember, we have staff who are in the field. They don't have housing. And part of this loan is going to actually construct staff housing in the national parks. And so we should not look at this loan and grant as if we're just going to plant trees. National Forest Authority, using the budget that is allocated by Parliament, they continue to produce seedlings which is being distributed throughout this country. Right Honorable Speaker, I must declare my interest. I'm an environmentalist. I'm an environmentalist. I have over 50 acres of trees planted. And when I see destruction of forests in this country, without us as national leaders going that extra mile to try to protect even the little that is there, I think we're doing disservice to this country. The fact that some things are going wrong does not mean that we should fold our hands and just watch them go. The forest cover has substantially reduced in this country. If you read the report of the committee, do we want it to go to zero? I'll take the clarification.
Please, we need to conclude.
Did you first take a loan to plant those 50 acres of trees that you own? Can you have informed this house that you took a loan to plant the 50 acres of land with the trees? Secondly, I have taken time without seeing you here processing loans. This is my first time to see you. When you don't say Honorable Hati here, the expert of these loans, it is not blessed by your side. I am telling you that.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Let's hear from Honorable Ida.
If I'm not in Parliament, it means I'm doing other national duties in the ministry. So we do not all have to be here in the in the Parliament to be able to carry out. So, as I was saying, right Honorable Speaker, we should not look at this loan component as a tree planting exercise. No, it is not. It's much more than that. And the terms and the conditions of loan are very clear. That there's a huge concessional, it's a concessional loan with a huge grant element. And that's one of the reasons why we were able to negotiate with the IDA. And the terms of the conditions are very clear. We have a grace period of 6 years. IDA is providing a grant of about $70 million. The government of Uganda, which is going to be providing the counterpart funding, which has been talked a lot, is going to be providing about 30 million. And the 78.2 will be the loan component. So, honorable colleagues, I take an opportunity like this one. I don't think we should miss it because of.
No, Honorable Jedra, just give me the breakdown again. I thought the total is $78 million, isn't it?
The loan component is $78.2 million. The grant element is $70 million. The government of Uganda is providing $30 million. And as I said, the grace period is 6 years, and we have 38 years to pay the loan. And the interest rates are, as I said, highly concessional. 0.75 on the drawn credit balance and 0.5 on commitment. So you can see it's highly concessional. I request my colleagues that we pass this loan so that the implementation of the project can proceed.
No, honor members, you know we're in Ramadan. We are keeping the Muslims here. It's almost 7. We are not being fair, please.
Right, Honorable Speaker. As I conclude,
Procedure, Speaker. Procedure. Speaker, I think I pleaded for this loan, and I thought the two ministers would have considered my humble cry. You haven't seen the tears, but I've been crying. This is a very good loan, and I get insulted if the minister opens the file and start emphasizing. Some of us read some of these documents and scrutinize them. So we have understood you don't need to come here and lecture again because we have read, and that's why we are engaging you. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Environment has admitted that there have been some areas they have not focused on. There are some titles which are going to be cancelled. So many things, and those are our concern. And my cry or my appeal, my prayer to the two ministers and to the government, can we rectify the areas that we have identified? And they're so crucial. The issue of forestry cover starts from Karamoja to Kisoro. And we are saying, can we cater for that? Instead of just a few areas that have been identified. And yeah, we need all these issues. You have listened to us. We have given you evidence with very, very painful. I wish you could say, give us 1 month for us to rethink and come back with a position. But now you are just pushing us, whether you like it or not. We have already seen I can't swallow that food, that meat, because it has nails in it. That's what I'm telling you, but you are forcing me to swallow it. So would you rather that we reject it? I would rather we save it, we give you time, and your appeal to the House would be, give us 1 month, give us 1 week, we are going to come back with a well-packaged loan, and definitely we'll pass it, because me personally, I support this loan, but I cannot pass it now. Although I really have been waiting for it for a very long time, but I cannot pass it because of all the pitfalls that have already been identified. So, Madam Minister, please go, I don't know how to describe it in English. Right Honorable Speaker, help me. Can the minister just now tell us what to do? Do you want us to say no, or you want to plead with the House to give you time to go and repackage the loan?
Right, Honorable, you had allowed me to say something. On addition to what Honorable Cecilia has alluded to, Right, Honorable, you asked the minister to give us the situation as far as Bugoma Forest is concerned and how it is, how the status is now. Right, Honorable, she said all the protected areas that are in the project, that have been earmarked in this project, none of them is titled in the names of any private individual. Can the minister produce titles of those protected areas, land titles of all those protected areas she's intending to protect or to recover or to restore using this money before we approve this loan, such that we know there will be value for money? And for avoidance of doubt, we just want to know where our money is going. In case we get it, where is it going? Can she produce land titles of all those protected areas?
Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Ida Nantawa, who is my daughter, was one time a minister of land. And she's aware, Right Honorable Speaker, as much as the House is aware, that the process of titling all our forests is just starting. We don't have the land titles to our central forest reserves. We are only starting to title them as a way of protecting them. So for her to ask me to bring the titles, Right Honorable Speaker, I think that would be unfair. But I would buy the idea that way forward, we need to have these resources having titles, because actually the truth of the matter is that the smart people come and just put titles along the side of the natural resources, and then they claim it is theirs. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleague, my last passionate appeal, Right Honorable Speaker, that I've heard the voice of
Honorable Speaker, the last
of
question before the minister runs away. Madam Speaker, constitutionally, the issue of regional balance is very pertinent. When we talk about, yes, and the national dialogue is here. Yes, regional governments, regional balance. Madam Speaker, this is a loan where we are going to spend money paying for over 38 years. And you realize that all Ugandans will be participating in it, repaying this what? Loan. And now you are in a situation of making other people to be the consumers of the loan, and then others will be just paying and watching. I do not think that is orderly. I therefore would love to see the minister commit themselves to making sure that there is fairness. Even me, Nikumi, I have a forest that needs to be resurrected. Rolled out. So can I see what my people are going to benefit before you have this loan go through? This issue of saying point of order doesn't work here if you don't. You first attend to my issues as well. So, Madam Speaker, regional balance, area balance, making equity, equal opportunities, everybody benefiting, not making others to pay while others eat. No.
Right, come and sit. Right Honorable Speaker. Come and sit. Okay.
Right Honorable Speaker, I think it's very obvious that we would have wanted several other projects, several other areas to benefit. I would have wanted also Chiboga to benefit from this. And I'm a member of the Committee on National Economy, and these are the things I had at the back of my mind when we are processing this. But there is an issue which colleagues must appreciate, that this is a World Bank loan, which has taken, I think, over 7, 8 years to negotiate. It has gone through a very rigorous process where each and every aspect of it was assessed. Now, it's not like an ordinary loan when you're doing domestic borrowing and then you can easily restructure. Now, my appeal to the members is that, yes, there is need for a lot more out there. And in the appropriation and in the subsequent budgeting process, these are the things we should be focusing on. But that does not mean that we should stop processing this loan. It's a very good loan and I strongly support it, Madam Speaker.
Order, Madam Speaker.
Right, Honorable Speaker, just not to make friends, the colleagues, feel bad about this. I have listened to your submissions. I've made my plea, honorable colleagues, through you, right, Honorable Speaker. And I will thank the chairman who's also beefing up on the issue. Really, the bottom line is that we need this loan for our environment. And two, that the regional concern has been taken note of. We have processed loans here, starting with one stage, one phase, and then we go to another phase. We would be happy to roll out, starting from this one. That will cover everybody. But right, Honorable Speaker, the issue of climate, of protecting environment, and the commitments we have globally, this rejection of this bill, right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members of Parliament, what signal does it send? It sends the signal that we are not up to protect the environment. We might have some shortcomings as a country, and that one we are promising to work on it administratively and come back. And right, Honorable Speaker and members, that is my passionate plea. It's not a cry, as my uncle Nandala is saying, but it is the passion we have for environment, all of us here. And that is why we are standing here up to this time. And right, Honorable Speaker, you have been championing this. We have been, even where we are seated here, you have been held all over globally for being the champion of the environment. If there are shortcomings, as has been identified by my elder, Honorable Cecilia Ogwal, my namesake, those are taken note of, and we can take care of that, and we let the loan proceed while we fix that. I would pray that if it so pleases you, honorable members, if it was my passionate plea, I would request that you let the loan be passed. But if it so happened that it holds so passionately about what I've heard with Mama Cecilia also say, we can be given, even if 1 week or a few days, and I go back, we make some more adjustment, and I come back and plead with you, honorable colleagues, and allow this bill, this loan to pass, so that we conserve our environment. I beg to submit, right, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, honorable members, a lot of questions have been raised around this loan. I think I want to agree with the minister that we give you 1 week to come and see how we can patch up the areas. Secondly, I think if you could come back with the breakdown of where other loans have performed in the country, how much of this country have we covered, so that as we add more money, we know where to put more and where not to put. And the issue of the title deeds now, obviously you cannot get title deeds in a week's time, but also it raises questions, how would you identify the areas of operation? So, but for me, I think come and give us an explanation what has been done so far with the previous loans, so that we know where they are, and then we can add on, knowing that we have catered for this area and we need more in another area. We are not rejecting, we're just giving you time to respond to the number of queries which have come and which we should satisfy ourselves before we take the decision. So today is Wednesday. By Wednesday next week, we'll put you back on the other paper on Wednesday, just for your report, and then we take a decision. Thank you very much. Honourable members, of course, because of the Ramadan period, we cannot do more, but tomorrow we shall handle the climate change bill, the rules of procedure. We hope the parish model report will be ready, and also one or two other motions on the order paper. Also adjourned 2 p.m. tomorrow.